Good morning. Yep, my sound is on. Good. I looked down and went, did I put the sound on? Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I hope that your Memorial weekend was what you wanted it and needed it to be. And I hope that you were able to visit where you visit to pay your respects and all the things. I don't like to say Happy Memorial Day. It's not my thing. I just don't. Labor Day, I will say Happy Labor Day, but I won't say Happy Memorial Day. Just a blessed Memorial Day and good thoughts and all the things to everyone in your family or your friends who defended our nation. And that's where I'm going to leave that. I hope you guys on top of that, had a great weekend with family and stuff. What we did, we enjoyed ourselves and we had family time, and I'm happy and had a great weekend. I also got a chance to take a look at some stuff that was, I'll admit this. I spent most of my weekend watching videos on the Karen Read trial. I got down so many rabbit holes on that. I was really enthralled with a lot of the law tubers that are out there that are covering the case. And that one that had my attention a whole lot. I tried to keep it to this trial, but some of my favorite stuff was the uncivil law. You know him, Kurt, his stuff, his coverage of it, and also Valhalla Awaits and all of the things. If you guys don't know who any of the law tubers are, I'm sure that I can get Wendy will probably put all those links in. Eventually, she did it on Thursday, and she'll do it again probably today. So it was a great memory, going down and getting to see everything that I have not been watching, but boy, what a trial. Holy cow. Anyway, back to this one. Let's get my little recap going before court starts. But first, let me say hi to the chat. If you're watching, hello, let me know and say hi in the chat and I'll get you. I'm going to go up to the top. Good morning, Candy. Always good morning to the first person in the chat. I love it. Luna Lake, good morning. I hope you are doing better every day. Beanie, good morning. Sandra Stevens, good morning. Lemon Curd, good morning. Stephanie McCall, oops. Sorry. Stephanie McCall, good morning. Brian, good morning. And Paula Schofield, good morning. Okay, so let me get on with my little recap. Okay, so we are on day 30. We are in rebuttal case. They continue again today. We have had there's 6 days, or is it 30 plus 6, because we have the jury selection, so we're gonna say 36, but 30 of actual trial. The witnesses that we had on Thursday was because we didn't have anything on Friday, and 4 days was a long week. I will tell you, a long vacation for me. You know, I'm glad that I went down the trail I went down when with the other trial, because it was a long weekend. So we had the direct exam of Dr. Eric Bartlink. He was a professor of anthropology at Chico State University. We had Lisa Marie Jensen, Jason McKay. He had some stuff to say. Remember, McKay had some stuff to say that kind of went against what, in my opinion, what Garth had to say. Well, we also had the direct exam of Detective Bruce Mattingly. So we also, I listened to what Nate had to say, and he was saying that we could have a verdict very soon, maybe a week from today. We shall see. Witnesses so far that we've had in total on these 30 days plus the 6 of this trial, 67 prosecution witnesses, 6 were recalled, 11 defense witnesses, and 3 rebuttal witnesses so far, which we know continue today. Wixom said a day and a half or 2 with their witnesses. So that's what we're looking at with them. Key moments last week from the defense. This is all from Nate. Thank you, Nate, from East Idaho News. Emma Murray testified that Tammy has been sick, exhausted. That Emma was the one who Googled wind direction, not Chad. That Flam Funeral Home gave limited funeral options. That light versus dark people beliefs were taught by Tammy, not Chad. Emma also stated that she and her mom filled out the life insurance forms at the school that day together, and that they didn't consult with Chad. The only thing is Chad's signature is on the form, and it was dated on a Sunday. So some kind of conflict going on there. Emma said she saw Tammy tick the box on the paper. The other big thing from Emma's testimony was the autopsy. She was not in favor of having an autopsy at all. She didn't want to delay the funeral. As, quote, the body, which she kept saying the body. I would struggle if that were my mother and I was referring to her as the body. Whose idea was that? Was that her idea to say it that way? Or was she being directed to say it that way? I felt like it could have been both, because I think in order to say this stuff, she had to detach herself from her mother. That's just my thought. Oh, every time, the body. It was a zinger for me. It kind of got to me. So so back to that. So she didn't want to delay the funeral, as the body would have had to be taken 5 hours away. She was very adamant that no one should ever have an autopsy. She told law enforcement that she didn't want an autopsy, and her dad nodded in agreement, according to her testimony. Emma made a statement that many people pointed out to Nate. This is something that was pointed out to Nate by people who had sent him messages and all this stuff. That was her testimony, or her words in reference to Chad seeing her die was traumatic. Nate says, we don't know if Chad physically witnessed her die, or the fact that she was dead. We are left to our own interpretation, and to take from that what we will, unless and until Emma explains what she meant by that. But we do remember that Garth's friend McKay placed Garth as the one who saw his mom. There was also stuff about her being on the couch instead. There's a lot of stuff that was inconsistent, in my opinion, that kind of took that away from who saw who and who saw her die, dead, or whatever, who got there first. it's just from what McKay said. Isn't that what we heard? We heard him say that that Garth had told him that he had seen mom first, and then dad wasn't around when he found mom. That seems to be something in my brain that I remember. So it seems that the purpose of her testimony was that she was the one that did everything, not anyone else. That Flam Funeral Home was rushing them due to only having 2 days available. Even though they were not really involved, Tammy taught the light and dark beliefs, not Chad. That Emma's the one that insisted that there be no autopsy, not her dad. That her dad was genuine in his grieving. I feel like she was put on the stand to be another scapegoat. This is from me. It wasn't dad, it was all me. That's what I felt when I was listening to her testify. Under cross-exam by Lindsay Blake, and reminder that the kids had been already on the property for 2 weeks. When I say kids, I mean Tylee and JJ were already on the property for 2 weeks when Tammy died. Chad walked out there every day. This is from Nate. I thought these words were really, I mean, my brain was really holding on to these words. Remember that the kids had been on there for 2 weeks when Tammy died. Chad walked out there every day knowing those sweet kids were buried there. Emma stated she asked her dad where JJ was. This is all, remember, this is under direct or cross-exam by Lindsay Blake, and Lindsay Blake is asking her these questions. Did your dad ever, or did you ever ask your dad where JJ was? And she says that he said that both JJ and Tylee were in a safe place. Blake asked her if she knew where JJ and Tylee were found. She says yes, in the backyard of her dad's property. The timeline for Emma is so confusing. I cannot keep up with what was happening, when it was happening, and all the stuff. But she was the first defense witness put on the stand to defend her father and try to clear up any confusion that may be an issue for the jury, in my opinion. This is to put that doubt, reasonable doubt, in the minds of the jury, and she's the one that was stating everything that, no, it was me, it wasn't dad, it wasn't this, it was mom doing this, we did this, dad didn't do anything, it's all us. My thoughts are that she was put there to deflect things that were hard to explain, the why of things that took place, and when they took place, like why and when, to take it all off of her father's shoulders and put it on her, like wind direction, quick burial, etc. My question to you guys is, did any of what Emma said put any doubt in your minds? Which is the purpose of her testimony towards the jury. So that's my update. That's my recap. And I want to know what you guys thought are on her testimony. I knew it was going to take me this long to get through hers. There is so much more that could have been said about all the stuff that she testified to, that I had to just, I went with that. Garth's testimony, we can, kind of replay his if you want to during break or whatever, just to kind of get a sense of what he had to say. But I thought that McKay had a lot of good stuff to say that he had been told by Garth. Did you listen to McKay and his testimony? Did you take that and say, well, that just goes against what everyone has said about who found who, where, and what? And also Garth, the big thing about Garth, the big takeaway from his testimony is that he was put on, there was a perjury charge that was floating around out there, and there was a possibility that he could have been charged with that. And there was a grand jury events that took place, whatever you call that, that the grand jury met twice, but he was not charged with anything. But that is, to me, like, why would they even think he needed to be charged at all? What is it that was his testimony that would have been something that the grand jury would have wanted to put out there and say, yeah, he needs to be charged? What are your thoughts on that? Let's see. Let me see who else has come in since I was jibber jabbering. Christy, good morning. Butterfly Dana, good morning. Wendy H, good morning. Toby, good morning. And here we sit and here we wait for them to start. Let me see what y'all are saying. Good morning. Emma trash talking her mom made her not credible to me. The story hadn't solidified when Garth spilled to his buddy. Okay, so there you go. I'm going to see do y'all agree with that? I think that, so wait, let me say how you said that again. Let me put that in my head. So you said the story hadn't solidified when Garth spilled to his buddy. Oh, you mean that they hadn't talked about what to say and what not to say? Is that what you mean by that? So, yeah, I struggled with, you know, I did. I struggled with some of the stuff that some of these witnesses were saying so far in the defense case. So up here, Stephanie says, so I saw an interview with Joseph Murray, brother, and the Murray family by in large think Chad did everything he is accused of and worry for the safety of Joseph and his child with Emma. Okay. Yes. I actually was told to watch that and I forgot. I should have watched Joseph's brother's thing. I think it was given to me behind the scenes, and then I got wrapped up in the other trial and went down rabbit holes with that. And darn it, I knew I kept sitting there going, I should be watching something, but I can't remember what it was. It was that interview. So maybe I might go do that later today. But I think tonight, no, don't hold me to it, but I think tonight that I'll be live with John doing New Jersey. We shall see. I can't hold that. I can't say we will or won't, but it could be a possibility. So keep that in mind. Paula says there's not enough therapy hours on the planet to help those kids. I agree. I too want to know more about Garth and those charges. Yes. Christy says, Paul, I agree. I had some inkling of hope for them until the testimony. Stephanie says, Garth has told way too many different stories of how his mother was found, retelling the Tammy versus gun incident. Toby says to me, which is why I wish the prosecutors would play the jailhouse calls. F protecting Emma. She's a conspirator, not a victim. And that is Toby's opinion. I have no idea. I mean, I think that there's a lot of stuff going on to deflect, like I said. We already have deflection that's put off on Alex and Lori from defense, where they want to go with that, which it's not really, I think there's more involvement than they're putting out there, defense, in my opinion. Let me stick my little banner up. I always forget to put my banner up. I need to clean out everything. There we go. I need to go through this and clean out all the stuff that I put up on the screen because it's getting hard to find. While we wait, though, I wanted to show some other little things. I'm going to put one of these. These may be out of order because I forgot to number some of these slides that came from Nate. that wanted to put up on the screen. So we'll see how it works out. I'm just going to start from the top. So these are unanswered questions. What about JJ? Why wasn't JJ talked about very much at all in all of this? Let me make sure one thing. Not that one. I have to make sure that. Oh, there we go. All right. To make sure that the sound is on for the trial so I can hear it. Why wasn't JJ mentioned in most of the defense case? We do see that we didn't see that much. From Tammy's death timeline, there's no real, the timeline is so confusing. Photos deleted on Tammy's phone, Chad's location, Chad's texts and phone calls. Let me see. Defense. I want to see. I think that's for the unanswered questions. I was going to look at this stuff. This is defense witness key points. Patrick Eller, no location data from Chad on property on key dates. Dr. Kathy Raven disputes asphyxia, manner of death undetermined. This is what she said should have happened. She says it should have been, she did not agree with the other autopsy, that it should have been listed as undetermined. And defense witness key points. Tammy's health was failing. Anyone can access Daybell's shed. Chopping wood on 10-9, no scream. Deputy Cannon made stuff up. Chad drove the truck. So the reason that the thing about the truck was because we know from Emma's testimony that there was a Facebook page post. It's actually this one. And if you look over on the last third one over, it talks about picking up, that mom helped Emma pick up the kids and that she was driving the truck and the truck was at her work, yada yada. So we can kind of see that defense trying to say that Tammy hardly ever drove the truck really doesn't fit with what Emma had said on her Facebook. And defense witness more key points where raccoons were on the property. That came from Garth. Described night before Tammy died. Tammy was sick and exhausted. Grand jury for perjury. Tammy on the couch. So the Tammy on the couch thing, who remembers where that testimony came in? Because I can't remember who said, was it Garth that mentioned that? Thoughts on that? That's why when I heard that, I was listening to Nate. I'm going, wait a second, what? How did anybody miss anything and not have that be something that you're pointing so the jury can see it? So, I'm looking up at what some of you guys are saying. That's why I wish it. Okay. What's this? Oh, tip: download plays of your favorite Addi videos for those times you don't have access to the internet. Oh, good Lord. There's a lot of me giggling in them. Some of my older stuff that I used to do, just go on live and talk about absolutely nothing. Some of those were with my husband, and it was there's a lot of me giggling. Good luck with that. So Beanie says, Wendy, did you put the playlist together? Oh, is there she put a playlist? Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's some of my playlists and stuff. I need to go through and actually put more of some of my older stuff on the channel together. So Stephanie says, I agree, Emma is at least after the fact and she's perjured. Oh, it's all me. I don't even remember what I did. This, like I said, this channel has been, I started it in 2015 and then I worked and never did anything with it. A lot of people followed over the years, and I just didn't have time to do it. And now I've got time. So here we go. Oh, hi, Becca. Good to see you. Hello. Seems like we're already at 42 and they have not showed up yet. Oh, amazing. Oh. Playlists are very good for channels. I try to do the same thing for John's as well. Put his stuff in playlists. I need to go back and take a peek and make sure I've done that with his lately. I got Dana says, I got my fingers crossed. Doctor's going to try something else, so it might not have to have foot. Oh, good Lord. I'm praying it won't know for about 6 months if it will help. I hope it does. I hope you don't have to have that. Ouch. Ugh, that got me in the feels. My foot just went. I have that thing where somebody says they have something wrong. I have like that pain feeling. I have no idea what that is, but what is everyone's opinion as to why Chad allowed the kids to be buried in his backyard? That is an excellent question, and I want to see what you guys say. My thought is he wanted to keep, for Lori's sake, he wanted to keep them close by. That's, even though he really didn't care about them, because we kind of have stuff of him saying no kids or whatever. He wasn't really fond of having children. And you guys remember him saying something to that effect. Christy says, okay, leaving the doctor. Okay, that was a personal one. Look, okay, she's getting a port this week. Chemo starts again next week. Apparently, the mass on her colon has grown yet again. Please say a prayer for her. We will keep you.
All rise. District Court now session on Stephen W. Boyce, Rexburg 9.
Thank you. Please be seated.
They don't want to remind the jury there's no logical explanation for JJ's death and burial. No one likes someone who harms a special needs child. The less they talk about the kids, the better. Excellent thought.
All right, if you give me just a moment, I'm re-logging in on this computer. While I do that, maybe I'll just confirm with the bailiff. We do have each of the 17 jurors have returned. Is that correct?
Yes, sure.
All right, thank you.
He didn't know, or he's such a narcissist, he didn't think they'd be discovered. Yes, very good news for Dana. Why haven't the other kids testified? I hope it's because Leah and the other son don't buy the... Yeah, because they said they were expecting at least 3 kids to testify. We love your giggles. Oh. I haven't figured out how to stop that. It's a thing. Interesting, Paula. I'm wondering if it was to keep them close to Lori. That's where my brain went immediately. Not for him. He was doing it for her. Yes, I think it was Garth said his mother getting tired laying on the couch, not feeling well. That's what I kind of figured. Sending prayers and healing vibes for your child, Christy. Yes. And it's not that I don't want to put some stuff up. I just want to make sure that, you know, you guys' privacy is protected. We get a little too personal in chats, and that may not bode well later on down the road. Much love and prayers. Christy. And Paula says, I don't think he cared. Let me put this up. Oh, I do remember I gotta do something. Hold on a second. There we go. Sorry about that. There, that looks a lot better. And Paula says, I don't think he cared that much about Lori, to be honest. He's happy to throw her under the bus now. I don't.
All right, at this time, we'll go on the record. We're on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, we're concluding with evidence today. The state has witnesses in rebuttal. Before we bring the jurors in, the court would note had a sidebar with counsel, and an issue has been raised regarding a particular proposed witness of the state. So in order to resolve that issue, the court requested that we take up a motion in limine on the matter and have that argued on the record before determining, number one, if this witness is going to be permitted to testify. And then number two, if so, is there some restriction on the scope of the testimony that could be presented here today? So, Mr. Wixom, I understand this is your proposed witness. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. If you would like to present argument at this time, including a proffer to the court of what you think the proposed testimony may be in the issue regarding admissibility of that evidence, I'll hear your argument and then I'll hear a response from the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to Ms. Olsen, the state's recollection was we did raise a motion in limine last week relative to relevance and admissibility. The court, in its ruling, did express at least concerns about relevancy, but did ultimately rule that Ms. Olsen would be allowed on a very limited purpose to come and provide rebuttal on a statement from Tammy Daybel that her husband wanted her to up her insurance as she was approaching retirement. However, at that time, the state also alerted the court that she had been watching the trial because she had been released as a witness. So we did bring Ms. Olsen back down. She is here this morning. I briefly visited with her this morning, and by way of proffer, what I would explain to the court, the state feels very candid. She did explain that she would testify precisely to that statement, that she was having a lunch at the school with Tammy roughly a month before she passed, and that in that lunch, the issue of life insurance was raised, and that Tammy did in fact say, my husband wants me to up my insurance. However, on this occasion, it wasn't included in the report before. Ms. Olsen does say that that wasn't just made to her. There was a group of teachers there that they're having a conversation, and that the response when Tammy first made the comment was, well, why are you doing something dangerous or something to that effect? And Tammy responded, no, we're just as we get closer to retirement, he wants me to.
Going back, do you know in her proffered statement who was asking Tammy, who made the inquiry? Was it just somebody that was part of this group, or was it in fact Ms. Olsen that made the inquiry?
He did not narrow that down for me. I can only give the court my impression of what she said. It was more framed as kind of a group question back to Tammy. Now, who the voice of the group was, she did not identify.
Okay, thank you.
And then that's when Tammy made a response that as I get closer to retirement, he wants me to up the insurance. So we understand, Your Honor, that those additional facts are new in the sense of being disclosed by the witness. The state takes a position that, frankly, because if the court does allow this witness, we wouldn't want to create any kind of a surprise or issues. We would ask the court and urge the court to consider letting the state simply introduce what has always been disclosed, which is still consistent with what her apparent truth is. And that is that Tammy at a lunch with Ms. Olsen, we won't inquire as to whether others were present, raised the issue. My husband wants me to up the insurance. The question was asked to her, well, why? And she said, as I approach retirement, he just wants me to up the insurance. Now, I'm sorry, I need to go back on the proffer. There was one additional thing she said. She did say, and I don't want to speak for her, but given the context of the disclosure she made this morning, she said she'd listened to Emma's testimony. She said that actually, when they all sat down, the ladies did, they all sat down and filled out the life insurance applications together because she says that's kind of the normal sign-up process. So she said everybody did that together. So in fairness, I do have to disclose that that was part of what she told me this morning. The state, nonetheless, is still seeking to call her to simply testify that she had lunch with Tammy. Tammy said, my husband wants me to up the insurance, and upon explanation, he wants me to up it as I approach retirement. Those particulars of the statement have always been disclosed to the defense. That interview occurred in May of 2020 by Detective Mattingly. It was recorded by audio as well as included in a written report. So to that extent, the defense has always had that available to them. We do understand the issues of the additional information, but we feel like that issue can simply be cured by an instruction from Your Honor that we only elicit the very statement that was disclosed originally. We don't believe that any part, the state simply does not believe that Ms. Olsen has been tainted or influenced. We believe, frankly, because of her candor and freely giving this information and letting us know that she has been watching the trial and she did listen to Emma's testimony, that she's being very forthright about it. So the state does believe under, I believe, 615, the court does have discretion to allow this in. We recognize the concern, but we do not believe that she's been tainted. And to the extent there has been any potential for taint, we feel like eliminating instruction from the court to the state not to elicit additional testimony would avoid any potential negative influence or prejudice that could be derived back against the defense. So that is what we are asking today, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, I guess one more question I have. When you say she's been watching the proceedings here in the trial, we had that motion in limine hearing. Do you know if she watched the previous motion in limine hearing that discussed her own potential testimony and whether that's part of what she's already observed?
I certainly just can't speak to whether she watched that portion. She just said after she testified, she had began watching. I will let the court know. I know that in my preparation of her last time, because I didn't want to run afoul of your order, I explained to her that the court had ruled that told her that she could not get into that testimony. So she was at least made aware of the court's ruling prior to her testimony, so we could comply with the court's order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wixom. What's the response from the defense then on the motion in limine regarding whether or not Ms. Olsen should be permitted to testify about the comment on raising life insurance?
And Judge, permission to remain seated.
You may.
Judge, this is my concern. The court ruled previously that Miss Olsen, even though she'd been excluded, would be allowed to come back, and Mr. Wixom had an opportunity to discuss the case with Miss Olsen and elicited what he felt was new or information that they wanted to come back and provide to the jury. Then over a 4-day weekend, Mr. Wixom then preps the witness again. And suddenly the dynamic of what she said is changing. We had other people there. All of these other facts that are suddenly being elicited from her. Judge, causes me some pause, and I'd like to renew my motion to exclude her. There are too many uncertainties here. We don't know how much Miss Wixom saw. We do know now that after viewing Emma Murray's testimony, the light suddenly came on, and now she suddenly recalls that, oh, there were a bunch of us there for lunch. And that only happened, Judge, after she realized Miss Murray had testified and contradicted what she said. Judge, there are a number of red flags here. And if the court's going to allow this to go on, we don't know what else she would say. And then the court brought up a point that I wanted to make as well, is what part of the motion in limine before did she view? It's bad enough that she viewed all of Emma's. It's bad enough that she observed the entire trial up until Mr. Wixom stopped her. It's bad enough that he's interviewed her and prepped her at least 2 times now. And each time, magically, she seems to change her testimony and modify her testimony. And it's not modifying her testimony in any way that would aid the defense, Judge. Ironically enough, both times the testimony changed to help the state. It's shocking. You know, additional interviews and suddenly, unless there's other things that Mr. Wixom didn't provide to us. One other thing, Judge, is her statement is very clear. It isn't about before I retire. It isn't about at approximately, about retirement. Her statement is very clear. My husband thinks I should up my insurance before I retire. That's her statement. Before I retire. And now we're adding all of these other uncertainties to this thing, Judge, and quite frankly, it's extremely prejudicial. So I'm going to renew my motion to strike, and at the very least, Judge, the additional statements should at the very least be struck as well.
All right, Mr. Wixom, response from the state, please.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Judge, I don't mean any slight to Mr. Pryor. I don't appreciate his innuendo or suggesting that perhaps I've done anything to influence this witness. I haven't. And in fact, that's why I candidly told him about the new information before we had this proceeding. It's why I asked for a sidebar and articulated to the court the very additional information that was provided. What I never did get from Ms. Olsen was any indication that Mr. Pryor in the last 4 years has ever done anything to contact her or talk to her. Certainly hasn't done it in the last 2 months and certainly hasn't done it in the last 4 days. So I don't think there was anything that prohibited Mr. Pryor from reaching out and having his own conversation with the witness to discuss potential testimony. That said, I do think she was very candid with what she said. She didn't try to hide it. And we're not asking, we see the issue that the defense has about the additional pieces of testimony. We recognize that. But we're not asking, Your Honor, to put that in front of the jury. We're simply asking to put the pieces of information that have always been disclosed. And frankly, Judge, there has never been any proposed change to testimony that the state has offered this court up until this morning. We have always maintained that we wish to introduce the evidence as it was included in the recorded audio interview and report that had been provided to Mr. Pryor since 2020. We've never suggested any alteration of what she would say until this morning when she gave us these new facts. That said, Judge, I think the court has a clear picture. We certainly have not done anything to try to intentionally influence this witness. We've done nothing but try to be candid with the court, with the defense counsel. And that's all that we have.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I've considered this motion in limine as it relates to the state's intent to recall witness Janice Olsen in the rebuttal stage of these proceedings. Couple of points. First of all, I certainly do appreciate the candor of the state in bringing the matter to the court before the witness takes the stand in a sidebar to identify the issues that raised concern for the court to determine here outside of the presence of the jurors. I would also echo what Mr. Wixom started with there at the end of his, or beginning of his second argument, that I don't find anything improper that has occurred with the state improperly coaching a witness or providing some sort of feeding of answers to the witness, nor do I find anything that would make me question the veracity or truthfulness of Ms. Olsen, who's already previously testified in this matter. The point I have to focus on at this point is a couple of things. First, I've had an ongoing concern about this statement, whether or not it passes the relevancy standards under rules 401 and 403 in the statement of talking about Tammy Daybel making a comment that the defendant requested she look at upping her life insurance before retirement. There wasn't any real context in the trial about facts of when she was planning on retiring, that was any time in the near future, that she had only worked at that job a couple of years. So I've had that concern. The other concerns that were brought up and were previously litigated in another motion involving hearsay and other issues, I've considered. The part here that causes me greater concern are these what are called additional facts in the statement, and the fact that in particular the testimony now, what we know she would say if allowed is that there was a group of people present for this conversation. And if that was the statement, and that information had been relayed to the defense before trial at some point, that would provide an opportunity to either corroborate or impeach that testimony by potentially figuring out, well, who else was there, who was listening to this statement? Does another witness say, yes, this conversation occurred, or no, it did not occur? And so the request now that her testimony be limited to what is essentially a limited context, when I think the context matters and is important, is concerning, because at this stage in the proceedings, that simply leaves the defense with no opportunity to go in and verify or corroborate who else was at the table. And in addition, there was another newer statement about the timing of retirement potentially, which hasn't been raised or brought up until today. And again, that goes directly to that relevancy issue and what weight the jurors may give the statement, and is also another fact that the defense would not have had an opportunity to previously look at, even though the discovery may have included that she would be called, that the defense potentially had an opportunity to interview her before trial. The reality is, in the first motion in limine, we had a specific narrow statement that was proposed to be offered, and that's now been expanded in both who heard it and the facts that would come along with it. So I think that the proposal that I just limit that testimony down does not necessarily, number one, provide the jury with an adequate, true context of what happened here because of that limitation. And number two, I think in rebuttal here, where she's already testified, is just unfair to the defense without an opportunity now to challenge who else may have been present for this conversation, and was that accurately recalled by the witness, or does anyone else recall that discussion taking place? So for those reasons, upon considering the motion in limine under Rule 615, I am going to exclude Janice Olsen from further testifying in the state's rebuttal evidence here at this time, having considered all that, including the testimony of Emma Murray as well, which did open the door for this, but I think the expanded scope of where this could go is problematic at this stage. So in the court's discretion, I'm going to disallow the testimony of the witness. Any questions on that ruling, Mr. Pryor?
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Wixom, any questions on the court's ruling?
No question, Judge, and certainly the state accepts the court's ruling, but we would just, unless I misunderstood the court, she has always maintained the issue of the retirement being her reason. So I just wanted to note that, but we understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Mr. Wixom. So thanks for allowing time to take that up. We'll now, I believe, get the jurors brought in if they're ready, and we'll start. So who will the state be calling as a witness at this time?
Dr. Christensen?
Okay, thank you. And that's your witness, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Oops. While that's going on, let me read what just happened. So Wixom responded that he doesn't appreciate Pryor's innuendo that Wixom has influenced the witness. Wixom says he was honest with Pryor and respectfully told him what had happened. Wixom says there is nothing that prohibited Pryor from reaching out to the witness and getting her version of events, and Pryor never did. Boy says he doesn't have anything that would question Olsen's truthfulness, but he has an ongoing concern about the statement of Tammy Daybel making the comment about upping her life insurance before retirement. Quote, there wasn't any real context in the trial about facts of when she was retiring, if it was any time in the future. So
Here's all present, for Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
I'll put the rest in the chat.
Okay, we are on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the Memorial Day weekend, continuing with the state's rebuttal. At this time, the court would note the jurors, all 17 have returned and each has signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction as we broke for the weekend. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction each time we have a recess. At this time, then, the state is continuing to present witnesses in rebuttal. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
The state would call Dr. Eric Christensen.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let me see.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please remind the jury who you are?
Yes, Eric Christensen. I'm the recently retired chief medical examiner from the state of Utah.
And Dr. Christensen, have you been watching any portions of this trial with the exception of Dr. Raven's testimony?
No, and I haven't watched that. I've just read the transcript.
And outside of that, you have not heard the other testimony presented. Is that correct?
I have not.
How long did you work at the Utah Medical Examiner's office?
15 and a half years.
And Dr. Christensen, when you are looking at an autopsy, are you looking at more than just the autopsy itself in order to reach a conclusion as to a cause and manner of death?
Yes, that's a routine part of what we do, is not just the autopsy itself, but the evaluation of any tests that we order, as well as a review of whatever history we can find that will help us sort things out.
And why do you do that?
It's essentially information gathering. I think I may have said when I was here last that I don't have the ability to sit down and talk with my patients and ask them what's going on with you, what happened with you. And so all of that sort of information for me comes from other sources. It can be from medical records. It can be from interviews with people that knew them. It can be any number of things. And so we gather all that other kind of information in an attempt to understand what's going on with that person.
And you mentioned that your patient can't talk to you.
Yes.
Do you recall making that statement? Would that be similar to when somebody goes into the doctor and fills out a medical history?
Yes. I mean, when you go see your doctor, they ask you questions about what's going on with you before they decide on a course of treatment with you. That history gathering, those papers they always make you fill out before you go in or send you ahead of time, and all those kind of things. That's information gathering, similar to what we do in our context, just we don't have the ability to get it directly from the patient.
And when you're gathering that information, is it because you've already formed a conclusion and you're simply trying to find information to back it up?
No.
Is it the opposite?
Yes, it's an attempt to basically find as much information as we can that will be relevant to why this person died, and then sorting that problem out.
And then turning to Tammy Daybel, do you recall the autopsy on Tammy Daybel?
Yes.
And as part of your involvement in the case, did you review other documents?
Yes,
Did those documents include medical records?
they did.
Generally speaking, if you're doing an autopsy where the cause of death is not immediately apparent, do you generally request medical records?
Yes, that's a fairly routine part of what we do.
And again, is that to provide you that background information to help informing your conclusion?
Yes,
And in this case, do you recall receiving multiple additional reports from law enforcement?
yes, we did.
And at some point, did you review those?
Yes,
And did you at some point also create a list, or did the Office of the Medical Examiner keep some kind of a list of all those documents reviewed?
yes,
And did those include reports from the coroner and or interviews of the coroner from
Yes.
Fremont County?
both.
And also the deputy coroner,
Yes,
the officer that arrived on scene of Tammy's death?
yes,
Did you also review reports regarding an attempted shooting?
yes,
Did you review multiple reports involving people providing some background information about Tammy?
yes.
Did that include background information regarding her health?
Some of them commented on that, yes.
And when we talk about those medical records, do you recall which medical records you reviewed?
We reviewed records from the Teton Clinic as well as from Seasons Medical. And then we also were able to get records from a clinic in Springville, Utah, where she had been seen before relocating to Idaho.
And at some point, have you also had an opportunity to review a report prepared by Dr. Raven?
Yes,
Did you see in that report her list of documents she reviewed?
yes,
Is it fair to say that it was much smaller than the list you reviewed?
Overall,
yes, there was a lot less. We reviewed a lot more than what was on her list.
Did you also note that she made no indication of reviewing medical records?
Yeah, there was no list of medical records in the report that I saw.
And in her report, she'd reached a conclusion.
She did.
In your review of her report and just looking at what she looked at, if you hadn't had the additional information, would you have maybe reached her same conclusion?
Certainly possible, yes.
And again, is that exactly why you request the additional documentation so that you can make an informed decision?
Yes, it changes when you are dealing with multiple possible causes of death, you're looking for information that will help you either increase or decrease the likelihood of any one of those possibilities. And so, yeah, that additional information gathering is aimed at that endeavor.
And again, that additional information is not to confirm a decision you've already made. Is that correct?
No.
It's simply to provide you necessary information.
Yes.
And when we talk about Tammy's autopsy, again, can you talk us through, when you start that autopsy, what external injuries, if any, did you observe?
The only injuries she had that were externally visible were a few bruises on her upper arms and one on her chest.
So again, is it fair to say when you first observed Tammy, the cause of death is not readily apparent?
That's correct.
And then when you performed the actual autopsy, can you remind us internally what you observed as far as her organs?
Yeah, essentially normal organs, normal brain, normal heart, no significant pathology in any of her organs.
Do you recall observing something called pulmonary edema?
Yes.
And can you again explain what that is for the jurors?
Yeah, pulmonary edema is simply buildup of fluid within the lungs. Fluid leaks out of the alveolar capillaries, the little small vessels that are involved in exchanging air into the blood in the lungs. As a result of a variety of different processes, that fluid can leak out of those capillaries and start filling the air spaces, and then mixes with the proteins and things that are already in those spaces and creates a foamy froth.
So as you're doing the internal autopsy, was a cause of death readily apparent at that point?
No.
Based on what you observed, what did you determine were possible causes of death?
So in any case where you have essentially no significant findings, she had pulmonary edema was really it, then we are looking at a fairly short list of possible causes of death. Those include cardiac arrhythmias that are not related to structural problems in the heart. They include seizures, includes asphyxial deaths of all kinds. It would include drug intoxication. And those are probably the big four categories of things with no anatomic cause evident.
So if we break those down a little bit, can you remind everyone what you did in relation to the potential toxicology or poison overdose, looking into that?
Sure. We initially started with a fairly broad panel of toxicology testing.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming cumulative and not related to presentation of the defense.
On cumulative, Ms. Blake, is this distinguishing from testimony already offered in the first time he's testified?
Just going over it to remind the jurors, I think in a trial of this length, generally, it's not necessarily considered cumulative to review some of the information.
And Judge, that's a walking response. It's cumulative.
Well, at this point, Ms. Blake, I will ask you to just maintain the scope to what's proper on rebuttal at this time and not, I will sustain a cumulative objection if it's simply the repetition of testimony previously offered.
And if I may respond briefly.
Go ahead.
As far as for purposes of rebuttal, I think Dr. Raven did come in. She presented that she made findings. We went over what she did and didn't review. So I think reviewing with the medical examiner what he went through is proper for rebuttal.
Okay, well, again, I'll at this point sustain that objection. If you'd like to continue, I'll just keep an eye on that. If you could keep the scope to rebuttal, please.
Toxicology tests were in fact conducted, correct?
Yes.
Based on those, did you find it likely that Tammy would have died of anything related to toxicology issues?
No.
And then what is another cause that can that you would look into?
Seizures was also something we assessed.
And again, you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that right?
Yes.
Any notations or signs of a prior history of seizures?
No.
Did you ultimately determine seizures was a likely cause of Tammy's death?
No, it was not a likely cause.
And then you said a cardiac arrhythmia.
Yes.
Similarly, did you look at Tammy's heart?
Yes.
Any signs of irregularities?
Her heart was structurally normal.
Given her age, medical records, and your review of everything, did you determine that a cardiac arrhythmia was a likely cause of death?
It was not.
And what did that leave you with?
That left asphyxial causes essentially at that point.
Did you see any indications in Tammy's medical records of any negative interaction of any drugs and or homeopathic medication she may have been using?
Judge, again, it's cumulative.
Overruled.
Are you aware or did you learn that Tammy was taking an antidepressant?
Yes.
Did you see any signs or indication that the antidepressant played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see any sign or indication that sleep apnea may have played a role in her death?
No.
Did you see anything in her medical records regarding sleep apnea?
Not that I recall. No.
Would sleep apnea generally be something that you would be concerned about causing a sudden death for someone?
When it does, it certainly can be associated with sudden death, but generally speaking, that is in the setting of someone who has significant additional comorbidities, usually significant obesity and underlying heart disease.
In reviewing Tammy's medical records and performing the autopsy, was Tammy obese?
No.
Are you familiar with, I may say this term wrong, but colloidal silver?
Colloidal silver.
Colloidal
Yes.
silver. Any indication that played a role in Tammy's death?
No.
And we talked about ultimately the cause of death being determined to be asphyxiation.
Yes.
When you are looking at the manner of death, how many potential manners do you consider?
There are generally 5. A death can be ruled for manner, can be ruled a natural death, an accident, a suicide, a homicide, or undetermined.
In this case, did you see any indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was natural?
No,
Did you see any sign or indication that led you to believe the asphyxiation was accidental?
no,
Did you see any sign or indication to lead you to believe the death was suicide?
no,
So the two categories left would be homicide and undetermined, is that correct?
yes,
Is it fair to say undetermined is a category if two or more of the other four are still on the table?
yes. Generally, we will use undetermined. The most common scenario where we encounter that is overdose deaths, where someone, for example, has a history of abusing medication, but also has a history of depression and maybe even prior overdose attempts, and then they're dead of an overdose that is related to something that they routinely abuse. In the absence of a note or something else like that, it's very difficult to distinguish whether that overdose was intentional or not. And so we use undetermined as manner for those kinds of things.
And in your experience with the autopsies you've conducted and the death certificates you've signed off on, at some point have you used all of those different manners on different death certificates?
Yes,
So is it fair to say in this case, you weren't starting with the conclusion that it was homicide and working backwards?
no,
Was it the opposite direction?
yes,
Once you determined that the other three manners were not likely, that left you with which one?
homicide or undetermined, but there was really nothing to compete with homicide. And so undetermined was taken off the table.
In your review of Dr. Raven's report and testimony and the questioning here today and through the trial, has your opinion as to the cause of death changed?
No,
Has your opinion as to the manner of death changed?
no,
And what did you determine the cause of death to be
asphyxia,
and the manner of death?
homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Christensen.
Good morning.
I'd like to go procedurally through the process of what you performed in this particular case, if we could.
Sure.
At some point, you were present for the exhumation of Tammy Daybel, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then within the same day, you performed an autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
You did your analysis of that autopsy, made your findings at that point, is that correct?
Not on that day, no.
Okay. You drew some medical conclusions about the items that you would cross off your list. Would that be fair at that time?
We had some initial information, but not enough to exclude anything at that point.
What initial information did you have?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said you had initial information. Is that at the time of the autopsy or was that before the autopsy?
Yes, at the time of the autopsy, that's what I meant.
So then at the conclusion of the autopsy and on the same day that they reburied Tammy Daybell, at that point, you started requesting additional information from law enforcement. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And do you recall specifically what you asked for law enforcement in terms of what you requested at that point?
I don't recall specifically, no.
A lot of items.
Yes, we received ultimately a lot of items.
And let me ask you, have you ever heard the expression confirmatory bias?
Confirmation bias, yes,
Okay.
I heard that.
Well, so I guess I'm using it in a psychology context, confirmation bias. And isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation in which you have science and you're examining
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Overruled.
confirmation bias. Isn't it true confirmation bias is a situation where you're given a certain number of facts and then you go outside those facts to get collateral information that may or may not influence your decision. Would you agree with that?
Not exactly, no. I mean, confirmation bias to me, my understanding of that concept is that you, at some point, along a process of making a decision, you have information, you come to a conclusion, and then you essentially evaluate all subsequent information in light of that initial conclusion, both looking selectively for things that support your opinion and rejecting things that don't conform to that opinion.
Okay, so at some point you requested a number of items from law enforcement, is that right? After you did the autopsy, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned that you reviewed, I think, Teton Medical, do you recall that?
Yes.
Seasons Medical,
Yes.
and then a small amount of medical on Springville, right?
Correct.
There wasn't much there, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
And when we talk about the amount of information provided to you from law enforcement, it was significant, wasn't it?
It was a lot of information, yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how much time it spent to go through all that information that you were provided by law enforcement?
I would guess multiple hours, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. And at some point, you hadn't made a decision at this point, is that correct?
That's correct.
And at this point, you didn't have anything specifically in your evaluation that caused you to go away from either undetermined or asphyxia homicide, correct? That's where you were at the end?
At the end, ultimately, our final discussion was around the deciding between undetermined or homicidal asphyxia.
Okay, and at that point, based on your review of all of the law enforcement reports and everything that the police officers have provided to you, you decided to lean towards homicide. Is that right?
But we made a decision that this, we would rule this a homicide, yes.
As part of your review of this case, did you talk to Chad's daughter, Emma Murray?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's daughter, Leah?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Garth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Mark?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's son, Seth?
No.
Did you talk to Chad's mom or dad?
No.
Okay. So you got information from law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't go back and look at anything provided to you from the family to give you some concept of what potentially the family history or medical was, correct?
Nothing was provided to me from the family.
Well, nothing was provided, but you didn't ask, right?
I did not.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
You didn't ask, did you?
I did not.
And you specifically asked the police officers to provide you information about this case. Is that right?
Honor, asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
After you provided this exhaustive list of police reports that they provided to you, at what specific date did you make your determination?
I don't know specifically when it was. It was sometime in the days immediately preceding when we signed the report, but I don't recall specifically which of those days.
Would it be fair to say that it was 14, 15 months later that you finally signed the report?
I believe that's about the right timeline. Yes, 13, 14 months.
So after 14 or 15 months of looking at this, you then made the decision that you came to the conclusion you did. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the autopsy. And obviously I'm not a medical examiner. But when I read the autopsy, I noted that you didn't make any note of the inflammation that was occurring in Tammy's lungs. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up?
Because there's no significant inflammation in her lungs.
And you made the determination that it wasn't significant, correct?
That's correct.
So we don't know what the level of the inflammation was at the time that Tammy Daybell died, right?
Section, Your Honor, counsel's testifying misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Sustained. We'll strike the question.
Do you know the level of inflammation that was in Tammy Daybell's lung at the time of her death?
I know it was in her lungs at the time I looked at them from the time of autopsy, which would be
Okay.
expected to be reflective of that.
All right. And if there's inflammation in the lungs, that would be a reasonable explanation for why we had potential fluids in the lungs, would it not?
There was not sufficient inflammation in her lungs to account for the pulmonary edema that was present.
Okay. And at no time when you testified the first time, did you mention the fact that there was inflammation in Tammy Daybell's lungs, did you?
No. And there, do you want further response?
Well, you can if you'd like. Go ahead.
There's inflammation. Inflammatory cells are a normal constituent of lungs, even normal healthy lungs. It's normal for there to be inflammatory cells there. In small numbers, they're there basically to do the job of what inflammatory cells do, fight intruders and deal with infections. And there was no significant increase in the amount of inflammatory cells present in her lung.
Okay, so if there's no, if it's part and parcel of a normal lung, then wouldn't the response in the autopsy say that it was a normal lung?
I would expect so, yes.
Yeah, and instead, in the autopsy, you talked about inflammation in the lung. So this wasn't part and parcel of just a little inflammation. There was inflammation in the lungs, wasn't there?
I would have to review them. I don't recall
Okay.
at this point.
And Judge, could I have a moment, please?
You may.
Thank you. So I previously discussed with you that on the very first time you testified, you didn't mention anything about inflammation in the lungs. Is that right?
And not that I recall.
All right. And then today, when the prosecutor called you back after the defense has rested their case as a rebuttal witness,
Objection, Your Honor. That's a narrative. Move to strike.
Sustained.
second time you're called back, questioned by the prosecutor. Again, no discussion about inflammation of the lungs,
Your
correct?
Honor, argumentative, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Second time you're back, again, no discussion about inflammation in the lungs, correct?
Correct.
And then only after the defense attorney gets up here and questions it does the subject come up. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing else.
All right, Ms. Blake, redirect.
Dr. Christensen, have you testified before?
Yes.
And are you familiar with court proceedings that the state brings people back as rebuttal witnesses?
Yes.
So have you testified in that capacity before?
A couple of times. Yes.
Counsel just went over inflammation in the lungs pretty in depth. Again, was there any indication that inflammation of Tammy's lungs caused her death?
No.
I think you said there was no significant or there was no signs of inflammation that would have caused the pulmonary edema.
That's my recollection.
And you considered the possible causes of death given essentially a negative autopsy.
Yes.
In your role as a medical examiner in Utah, do you generally request reports if the cause of death is not readily apparent?
Yes.
And is that exactly what you did in this case?
Yes.
So nothing about this was different than what you would normally do as far as information gathering.
In terms of the gathering, no. The volume was certainly different, but what we request is not different. There was just a lot more generated in this case.
And in reviewing the reports provided by law enforcement, were there any reports where Chad's kids had agreed to speak with law enforcement and provide information?
Not that I recall.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused?
Judge, I'm going to
law
object.
enforcement?
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Would it surprise you to learn that they refused to speak with law enforcement?
I don't know if it would surprise me or not. I mean, certainly they're right not to talk to law enforcement, but
And if you had been provided reports that included statements from the kids, would you have reviewed them?
absolutely.
And if none were provided, would it surprise you to learn it's because they don't exist?
No.
And again, when you're requesting that additional information, is it because you've already made a decision and you're simply trying to support it?
No.
And in fact, is it the opposite?
Yes, we gather information to help us make a decision.
And is that what you did in this case?
It is.
And again, based on the information you gathered, the autopsy, anything about questions today or other information that would cause you to change your opinion?
No.
And again, your opinion on the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, I have additional questions.
What topic?
Kids, no reports.
Your Honor, that was well within the scope.
That was within the scope. It was brought up on cross, so I don't see that there was a door open for any recross at this point. So that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Christensen. The state can call its next witness.
The state would call David Stubbs.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, I'll note, Officer Stubbs is on the stand, has been sworn again. I am going to inquire, have you been observing or reviewing any of this trial testimony since you were last here?
No, sir.
And have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given?
No, sir.
All right, thanks for your responses. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Mr. Stubbs, you've testified before, but can you just briefly remind the jury of your name and your law enforcement experience?
Well, retired detective, Rexburg Police Department. Served in that capacity for approximately 30 years.
Do you recall testifying about serving warrants on Google in this case?
I do.
Did you receive Google records for an email account, chad.daybel@gmail.com?
Yes, I did.
What type of records did you receive when you got those?
Well, anything that was in the warrant that Google would have record of that we asked for, things like search history, location services, user, owner of the account information, things like that.
And did you review those records?
I did.
Did you review the Google, the search history records?
Yes.
When you reviewed those records, did you find anything related to turning location data off on a phone?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
January 3rd, 2019, the user of the account looked up how to turn off the location services on location or GPS services on an iPhone.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C. Defense has been previously provided a copy, and I have a courtesy copy of that and 2 other exhibits for the court.
All right. Mr. Wood, these have not been previously admitted, is that correct?
That is, well, they do come in under the business records affidavit that was admitted under 107,
Okay, I just was.
but they have not
clarifying.
previously been admitted, these specific items.
Very well, thank you.
Detective, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107C?
I do.
What is it?
It would be the in portion search history from the Daybel Google search history.
And did you, what you're seeing on that screen or that piece of paper, is that a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in the search history?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107C.
Any objection?
No objection.
107C is admitted.
And may I publish the ammo?
Yes.
Drives me crazy, along with lectern.
Detective, what do you see on this page?
This would be in part some of the search history from the Daybel Google search history.
And what is the date on those searches?
This would be January 3rd, 2019.
Detective, when you get, have you had other occasions to review returns from Google for Gmail accounts?
Yes, I have.
And you talked earlier about looking for location data.
Correct.
Where do you normally find that in the return?
So when Google sends you a return of requested items from your search warrant, most generally, if they have information, it'll come in different, if you will, folders in one packet. And those packets are all labeled, folders are all labeled. So there's usually a folder that has location services as the heading.
Was there any such folder in the chad.daybell@gmail.com return?
There was a tab of that, yes.
And did you open that folder?
Yes.
What did you find in that folder?
When you open it, it's usually if there is information, it will come in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. However, if they don't have anything, it'll open up in a different window that says, as did this one, that there were no location services available.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as 107D. Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107D?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
It was, as I before mentioned, when opening that tab from the return statement saying that there are no locations available for the date range inquired.
And on State's Exhibit 107D, is that a true and accurate representation of what that folder appears, of what appears in that folder when you open it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107D.
Any objection?
No objection.
107D is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, what is on the screen?
So this is just what it would say, or what it did say when opening up that particular folder under the chad.daybell@gmail.com. states does not have records, data available to export from the data range 1/1 of 1970 to 12/31/2019. So there was nothing available to give to us.
And to be clear, normally when you could click on that page, there's an Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, if there was data available, there would be an Excel spreadsheet showing different locations and whatnot.
Mr. Stubbs, through your training and experience, are you aware if a Google user can request to have their location data deleted?
Yes, that is a possible feature.
How does someone go about doing that?
There's various ways you can do it, depending on the type of service you're using. But with Google, such as Google Maps, you can actually go into your user account and request that your information not be tracked. Number one. Number two, you can request that all past data be retracted from their records as well. You can do that in the Maps account. You can do it in your Gmail account. You can do it in your phone as well.
Thank you. In your review of the chad.daybell@gmail information, did you find a record of any such request?
Yes.
What did you find?
August 24th, 2019, a request was made through the Gmail account of chad.daybell to have all location GPS history deleted from the account.
Your Honor, I ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 107E.
I got it. Thank you.
Mr. Stubbs, do you recognize State's Exhibit 107E?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This would have been in the same Gmail account return, the Google Confidential and Proprietary tab. It is delete request for, and this was done 8/24/2019.
And what format is that document in?
So because there was information, this looks to be in an Excel spreadsheet form.
And that form, the way it appears before you now, is that how it appears in the Google return?
Yes, when we got the return from Google, this is exactly how it appeared.
And so exactly how it appeared, is it fair to say that's a true and accurate representation of what you viewed in that the chad.daybell@gmail information?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 107E.
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 107E is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, do you have a pointer up there?
Yeah, if I can. Oh, yep, I sure do.
Can you point out the title of that page?
Confidential and proprietary would be the, excuse me, the heading of the tab.
All right, and then in green at the top of the page, what does it say up there?
chaddaybell@gmail.com. Deletion history, location history.
And then in the body of that document, What do you see of interest to your investigation?
So this is what was of interest to me is the request to have deleted all location services. This was done would have been 8/24 of 2019. Should be noted that the deletion range here goes back to 1970. Customarily in a lot of computer
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to go beyond, it's non-responsive.
I'll ask a question.
All right.
The 1970 date, is that date familiar to you?
It is a date commonly used by computer formats where they start recording, if you will, computer activity. 1970 1/1 is a common date for a lot of different formats that they start.
And again, what date was this request made?
This would have been requested August 24th, 2019.
Detective, we had earlier on the screen States Exhibit 107C, the search history you spoke about.
Yes.
When you get that search history, can you actually click on the items that were searched?
So if you recall, the short answer is yes.
Did you click on those items that were marked in States Exhibit 107C?
Yes.
What did you see when you did?
So it took me to the same web pages that would have been viewed by the user of this account. When you go to that, it has specific instructions, detailed instructions on how to turn those services off on iPhone device.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
C, D, and E.
All right. Those just admitted exhibits. Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit those to Mr. Pryor, 107 C, D, and E.
Thank you. And I saw that Mr. Wood called you Mr. Stubbs. Is that acceptable to you?
That'll work.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Stubbs, on Exhibit 107C, it has a date of January 3rd, 2019. You recall that?
Yes.
And that's the turning off the location services of a iPhone or iPad.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell has an Android device?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Tammy Daybell had an iPad device?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Had an iPad device.
That Tammy did?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of that.
Okay. So if someone's trying to turn the location off of January 3rd of 2019 for an iPhone or an iPad, that doesn't necessarily mean they're looking up how to turn off an Android device, does it?
That's correct.
Okay. So this search was in talking Apple devices, right?
That is right.
And you're aware that Chad Daybell didn't have an Apple device, right?
I'm not sure if he had an Apple device, but I know he had an Android.
Okay. You're also aware that around January 3rd of 2019, that was shortly or around the time that Chad Daybell started having an extramarital affair with Lori Vallow, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for someone who's having an affair Even if Chad doesn't have an iPhone or an iPad to try to maybe hide the fact that he's having an affair with someone, correct?
That could be the case.
Okay. Now, you talk specifically about turning off Google location devices, right? That's
From
what
the-
this is about, right?
From the
Google?
searches, yes.
Yeah, so that relates to merely the information that Google is gathering for location services, correct?
Yes, but also the user was asking for how to turn those off using an Apple device.
Yeah, using an Apple device, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're turning off all of your location devices, right?
Are you talking about different devices?
Yeah, I'm talking about different devices.
I can only speculate that they're,
Judge, I'm,
Overruled. It's,
Go ahead.
you pose the question, he can answer. Go ahead.
I can only speculate that they're referring to one device.
okay. An iPhone or an Apple device, right?
Correct.
You said it's the user's account. That's what you said, right? It's the user's account. The person who did this was the user's account.
Was using the Chad.Daybell account, yes.
We don't know who was using the account to turn off location services on their Apple device, right?
I can't tell you who was using the account other than the account name.
Are you aware in the Daybell family between Chad and Tammy, which one was the computer person in that relationship?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. 8/24/2019. The exhibit talks about going back to 1970. It's not unusual to do a deletion of your search history, is it, in any regard with anybody, right?
I guess
Objection
that,
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Anybody can do a search history and delete their search history, right?
that's correct.
And if you're having an affair with someone close in time when maybe that person may be moving from Arizona to Idaho, you may want to delete your history to cover your tracks, right?
Possibly.
Okay. There's no other way to decide who was doing that search history deletion though, right?
Other than the account user
Right.
name, no.
And you don't know the location of where they were conducting that deleting that search history, right?
That is correct.
All right, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wood, redirect.
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Stubbs, you were asked by counsel about the possibility of deleting location data to hide an affair.
Yes.
And through your investigation, are you aware if Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were having an affair?
Yes.
Are you aware if Lori Vallow had an iPhone?
Yes, she did.
Counsel asked you about deleting search histories to cover the tracks of an affair.
Yes.
Could a person also delete their location data to cover the tracks of crimes committed?
Yes.
If part of those crimes involve the location of missing children, could that be a reason to delete that data?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is a good breaking point probably for the mid-morning recess. Is the state gonna have another witness to call?
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
Yes. Oh, yeah, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, Mr. Stubbs.
All right, sidebar. Sorry about that, Toby. That was, I looked at him. What? What did you ask? Oh, not to go back to that, but oh, I wanted to say this out, just put it out there. I was like, oh, you did not ask that. Oh my goodness. So he tried really in that. I agree with what you guys were saying that Pryor was just trying to put stuff out there to get it out there, see what the jury will grab hold of. And remember, was it who said what? Wait, I saw it. I think Dana, I like Dana's way of saying it, throwing pasta at the wall or spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. So, but they're back.
All right, thanks, counsel. We'll go ahead and take that mid-morning recess, and then the state does have an additional witness to call after that. So we'll go ahead and be on recess until, let's reconvene at 10:30 for the next witness, please.
All right, please.
Okay, so no other witnesses. We are taking a half-hour lunch. No, break. Because this is not lunchtime. It's the next witness can't be there for half an hour. So extending to 30 minutes. Great. Now you guys are talking about phones. My first phone was a flip phone that folded in half. It opened like that. I think it was Verizon. We've always been with Verizon. I don't think we've ever been with anybody else. But that was ages ago. My first, yeah, was that one where you hold it like this and you type. It wasn't a BlackBerry, but it was Verizon's version of a flip phone with a screen on the top and a little keyboard on the bottom. It was a cute phone. My husband had one that was a stick. It was like thin and you could hold, and it played music. I mean, you could use headphones and listen to music on it. I guess radio or whatever. That was ages ago. Those were our first. Yeah, flip phone. Whatever. Now, have you seen flip phones now? My son has one that opens up like it becomes huge. There's a big screen. Like you have to hold it with two hands like this. That's how big it folds out to be. Crazy phones now. They tried to go really small. Really small wasn't that great. It only lasted a little while. And I have to get this size because I can't see. Mine is this size. Nope, can't see. Oh, and yes, leopard print, animal print. As you can tell, today is Animal Print Day. Have fun being productive, Toby. So Luna drinks a Protality protein drink. It's delicious, creamy, not chalky. Love the protein wafer cookies. Also great product. Never heard of it. I'm trying to get back on actually drinking protein shakes. My son was given a set of protein shaker cups. So I'm trying to add more protein to my diet. And I have to have a lot. I'm supposed to have 200 milligrams a day, but I think I make most of it, but not always. I had that phone too from Verizon. Mine was orange. It was cute. Oh, the flip phone. Yeah, mine was red. Red and purple are my two favorite colors. Red was my original favorite color when I was a child. my grandpa comes from my grandpa bought me my first pair of red shoes, little girly shoes where the little girl wears the little fluffy sock or lacy socks. Yes, first shoes were from my grandpa who I would say, I want a pair of red shoes. And my mom would say, no. And my grandpa said, yes, go give her some red shoes. So he took me out and bought me red shoes. And you had to push the number 2 or 3 times, put a letter down, took a little longer to message. Is that which phone was that? Let me see. Let me find your other one. I lost it. Oh, I lost it. I don't know what kind of phone was that? Stevie? Like, is that the brand? Brand. And Stevie says, Ensure makes a berry drink with pomegranate. It's yummy and has protein in it. Yes, me too. I normally am a major colors. And yes, I have this thing about wearing a lot of leopard print at once. Like, you can't tell, but my earrings are even leopard print. Oh, it's okay. And so is my watch. And so is this bracelet. I'll walk out of the house and, honey, do I have too much leopard print on today? It's okay. It makes me happy. I have one of those comfy hoodie things that's really warm. It's leopard print. I have blankets that are leopard print. Leopard print is my thing. Addi and leopards go together. My husband is 3 years younger than I am. Does that make me a cougar? Probably not. People are always shocked when they see us together. They're always like, wait, he's older than you? I mean, you're older than him? That's what I meant to say. Sorry, dyslexia. Yes, I am. Christy says, Brian, that was the year I got mine too. First was a bag phone and then upgrade to one of those big chunky handhelds. I gotta have the big chunky because I can't see. The little, like I have the watch, but I had to get the biggest iWatch with the biggest face, like for a man, because I can't see it. It's awful. Oh, Brian, I like you, and you're doing dishes. You and my husband are the dish doers in our So Luna like puts the name of this in Wendy Protality, 150 calories, 30 grams protein. Oh, I don't know. Oh, whoops, I just went. Hold on, I gotta fix my camera. I don't think I can fix it by doing that. I saw somebody do that and it won't work for me. I'll be right back. Oh, I hate when this camera does that. It's because I moved. I'll be right back. Now I have to bring up the screen again. There we go. Dang it. Don't move. I don't know. It only does that through StreamYard. I was going to say before I was so rudely blurred out that oh, what was I gonna, oh, that I've over the years of learning how to do my, take care of the, my diets and stuff like that, and the stuff that I need to eat and need to take and need to do all the things, is that you only absorb about 20% of protein at one time. So if you are trying to get a lot of protein in, and some vitamins are the same way, like vitamin C, you only take about 20, like a certain amount of it. I think it's, what is it, 200 milligrams, I think, at once. So if you're trying to get that 1,000 in, or whatever, they want, you only absorb a certain amount of those things, and the rest of it your body loses through, So in order to get like vitamins, you need to be spreading those things out over at least a 2-hour period between taking them. So I take my vitamins every 2 hours, 4 times a day. And there are reasons why I have medical stuff that I have to take them for. And that way I'm absorbing all the stuff that I need to. And, like vitamin C, that whole high C stuff, and they take the bigger numbers, anything over 200 is a waste. So like the 500, the 1,000, and all those things, yeah, spread that stuff out so your body has time to absorb it in smaller increments over the course of a day. That's how I have to take all the stuff I take to keep myself healthy because of certain stuff. And yeah, people are like, where'd you get that from? From my doctors. And chewables are really what you digest better, especially if you have, issues with digesting things properly for whatever reason. Then chewables, absorbables, that kind of stuff works too. So, but I'm always looking for, good tasting protein. Some of that stuff is really hard. Eesh. Hard. Ugh. Trying to see here what, 1994. Okay. Brian says 1994, I got my first cell phone, was a Motorola Meteor. I think that little phone I had was Motorola. It was a little one. Yeah, it had a key. It was cute. I liked it. And she says, Brian, that was the year I got mine too. First was a bag phone, then it upgraded to one of those big chunky handhelds. Yeah, I had to reread that one again because I forgot what it said. Sorry. And then she says also things like turmeric need black pepper with it as a carrier. Some supplements require a carrier, whether that be pepper for turmeric or fats in some cases. Yeah, like what is it? You absorb iron better if you take it with your vitamin C. So vitamin C and iron together will help you absorb it better. Yes. And when Wendy said she only does chewables, yes, I only do chewables. Well, for my multivitamins, yes, it's 4 of them a day. It's made for the thing I've got going on for me, which I don't really want to go into, but that's just how I have to take my stuff. Otherwise, I'm sick. And yes, we are on this, in case you're wondering what's going on. Morning recess, they have a witness that's not going to be there until 10:30. So extended break till 10:30. So I was looking for things to do during breaks in case we get tired of jibber jabbering in the chat, which is, I always like lots of chitter chatter in the chat is helpful for me. but sometimes even I'm like, yeah, I don't have another thought in my head. So I was looking for other things, trying to find stuff to do, like time filler stuff. I'm always looking, if we can, put stuff up on the screen, if there are little things that can be done. Like I found, I'm going to show this thing, see if I can get it to work. I was going to test it on y'all and see what happens. I don't know how this one works. Squares? Maybe not that. There's one called Quirtle. I found a jigsaw puzzle one. No one wants to watch me put jigsaws together. Jigsaw puzzles. Yeah. I should test this stuff privately before I try to do it publicly. But always looking for little things to do. I've seen some channels that have things that where's that one? I think it was called, let me do something called Words on Stream or something. I haven't tried them yet, so I have no idea. And they can be played by anyone in chat too. Like if you're on your computer, you can be on a different screen and play it. It gives you a QR code. You can put your phone up to the screen and get into the game that way with a QR code. So Christy says, I give myself a B12 shot weekly. It has helped so much with numbness and tingling in my feet from neuropathy. I do have neuropathy in my feet. And I do have it's not fun. I also have that restless legs. Lovely. Many don't know that diabetic meds make it hard for your body to absorb B12. That's why you have a lot of the numbness and tingling. I don't have diabetes, mine is from other stuff. But let me see. I'm going to see if I can do this. Oh, yeah, we'll see. I don't use ultra low latency. I use normal latency so that you guys can get your closed captions. Okay, God. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm going to try something and see what happens. So we can try it for a little bit until they get back and then we'll stop. But let me share this. Let's see, make it bigger. So this is a thing. I can always make it all the way bigger. Let me make sure I got this up there so I can see it. Oh, not that one. Where is it? There we go. That one up there so I can see it. But this is a little thing I found. I saw this. And you guys just, like other people can play it by just putting their, is it showing up? Let me see. Let me see what it looks like on the thing. Oh, it is. Yeah. And then you just take your camera over top. It might not work. That's weird. Let me just see. Hold on one second. Oh, it went away. Hold on. Let me read. There, it's back now. Except I have to. Oh, maybe I need to. Oh, let me see if sharing this one. Let's do that. And then you guys can put your phone. I want to see what happens. Let's see what happens. It's on the screen. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. I have to see if there's a thing to put in the chat. Otherwise, you take your camera. I'm gonna try this. Let me see what happens. See, there's a thing on the screen with a like it's a QR code doohickey, and then you click it, or you put your camera over it, and it lets you do it. I don't know if you can. Where am I? Where's the camera? You can kind of see it says play room owner Addi's reality. So when you go into there, or let me see, that's to do it on the phone. Let me see if giving you the, not sure. Let me see. Oh. Oh, see, I'm looking at some sound effects on volume, copied. Okay. Let me see if putting this in the chat means you guys can access it. This is all new to me. So we're just testing this out to see if it, where are you? I lost you. There you are. See if that gets you in to let you play. By the time we get it, it'll be back anyway. I'm just gonna see if I can, if it'll test. Okay. Okay. Waiting for the host to start. Let's see what happens. Of course, I have no. Oh, I have no idea. Be the first one to find an anagram. Form words with the letters below. Maybe I need to do it with the. Hold on. See, like I said, if I should have practiced this before. Nope. Wendy, so she figured that out. How did you figure that out? Ooh. How do you type? See, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know how to play this. Oh, wait. Oh, is it typing it in the chat, does it? Is that what happens? Let me see. I'm going to try it and see what happens. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, I don't know how to type. How did you get that to work on your phone? It worked. It put you up there. It gave you 6 points. It says you got one word. I don't even know. Wait. So it must be typing it through. I'm okay. Let me see. Oh, it's adding words to the bottom. There's lots of 4-letter words, then the big word. Yeah, trying to understand it myself. So I couldn't find a place to type anything in. I have no idea. Like I said, I should have practiced this. Okay, I'm gonna hit restart. Okay, let's see what happens. I still don't know where to type. Yeah, how does it work? We'll have to figure out how the Lincoln thing works. See, game over. Now it's not working. Yeah, because I don't see where to type. Unless I'm blind. Oh, did you do it from your phone? Is that how you did it, Wendy? Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I'll have to test it. Because I saw Wendy was able to put one word in, but I wasn't sure how she did it. Ah! Yeah, it should work just typing it in the chat. I think. And I'm not sure if you have to log into this little thing here. I'll point this thing right here on your phone to put you in to say play on YouTube. But I think the link, paste the link below on a new browser source of your streaming software. Paste, oh. Yeah, like I put in there, and then y'all click on that. Here, let me do it again. Okay. So we're gonna restart and see what happens. Wait, I'll put it in again. I don't know. Is it fun? I don't know. Is it? Did it work for who? Let me see who was trying. I'm trying to decide if it works with the YouTube chat. Let me see. I'll try it on the other and see what happens. I'm doing it through my streaming software, but you may have to log in by scanning that QR code on your phone, or did clicking. Actually, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna restart it and then see if going to this helps. No, because then there's nowhere to. That's just the game. Okay, that doesn't work. So forget the thing I put in the chat. I'm supposed to put that in my. Oh well. Oh, Linda got in. Yay, look at you. Let me know how you figured it out. Hold on, let me see something. See. I don't know. Every time I try, it's like, no. Okay, never mind. Anywho, they'll be back soon. Did you guys figure it out by doing it on the... Here, I'll restart it. I think you have to hit the QR code every time it restarts. I don't know. It wasn't working for me. Now it is. This is actually kind of sort of fun. I just need to remember to talk. I'm like, ugh. No, I can't talk and think at the same time. Chrissy, I was gonna type that too. That's funny. I was looking at you. That looks like Gilligan. Sometimes I just type words in. I don't even know if they're right. Also, be sure that if you're playing that you're live at the bottom of your window is red, not gray, so that you are not behind, or you might. I just figured that out a minute ago. But in order for me to do it, I have to do it through the streaming software. Okay. So Limine-Tea. Okay, court, you're 13 minutes late. We'll play until they, let's see what happens. If I restart, let's see. Holy crap. No, that's a bummer. Here we go, we're back.
Thank
Game
you.
over.
Please be seated. Could have the jurors brought in, please.
I love the word Christy typed in. Like core. So yeah, just be prepared that while we're playing that I may just go back to court because they came back. Let me make sure this is down here.
All right, please. Here's all present counted for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the morning recess. CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state is continuing with a rebuttal. If the state has another witness to call at this time, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Lieutenant Hermosillo.
Ooh, Mr. Hermosillo is back. Here we go. Back. Mr. Hermosillo is very popular in this trial.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Hermosillo always looks so good. I should probably call him Lieutenant, right?
All right,
Detective.
before we inquire on direct, then I'll note the witness, Lieutenant Hermosillo, has been sworn. Lieutenant, have you observed or watched any trial testimony since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anybody else about the testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your responses, Ms. Blake. If you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. Lieutenant Hermosillo, can you remind the jurors where you work?
Rexburg Police Department.
And did you begin work on a case involving two missing children, specifically JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall when you became involved in that investigation?
When we started looking for JJ, that was November 26th, 2019, when we perform the welfare check.
And were you involved in the beginning of Idaho's involvement into the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Do you recall when the bodies of the children were recovered?
June 9th, 2020,
And where were they recovered?
Chad Daybell's backyard.
During the investigation, did you learn who Emma Daybell or Emma Murray is?
We did.
And who is she?
The daughter of Chad Daybell.
Lieutenant Hermosillo, did you ever see Emma Murray at the gym?
I did one time early on in the investigation, yes.
And when you say early on in the investigation, would it have been before the discovery of the children?
It was.
When you saw her at the gym, did you approach her?
No,
Did you talk to her?
no,
Did you ask her questions?
No.
Did you go and work out by her?
no.
Have you ever driven by the Daybell property?
I have, yes.
Did you drive by it as part of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Do you have other reasons that you would sometimes drive by that property?
I have several reasons. We have our dry cleaning business that's a quarter mile down the road from the Daybell residence. I also have family that lives north of the Daybell residence. But most importantly, I think the reason I was driving by the Daybell residence was it was a very active investigation at that time.
Did that include driving by prior to the children being located?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
Did you drive by prior to the location of the children's bodies?
Yes,
And did you drive by sometimes after?
yes,
Did you drive by 2 times a week?
no,
And again, when we talk about driving by that property, you said that was a significant piece of the investigation.
it was.
And can you remind us what was found on that property?
JJ, Vallow, and Tylee Bryan.
Do you know when Tammy died, where she was located?
I do.
Where was that?
Chad Daybell's bedroom.
So all 3 at the Daybell property or in the residence?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
No questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of Lieutenant Hermosillo. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, as I mentioned, this is the state's rebuttal evidence at this time. I'm going to inquire, does the state have another witness to call?
The state does not, Your Honor.
All right, so that concludes rebuttal. That will bring us to the next stage of these proceedings then, ladies and gentlemen. The next matter the court will be taking up are the jury instructions in this case. I'll note we are taking time to work on those and have been working on them. I'll address more on the record with counsel in a formal jury instruction conference. We are going to be conducting the closing arguments in this matter, as I understand it, tomorrow. The state will have closing mid-morning. Is that the schedule the state still wishes to have for the closing argument, Ms. Blake?
That will work for the state, Your Honor.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And does that work for the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're going to have some matters to work on then between now and then administratively. That's going to allow the jurors to be excused for the day. They'll be returning again tomorrow. We'll take up other matters both on and off the record as we prepare for getting final instructions to the jurors before they would begin deliberations and to have for the closing arguments. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attendance this morning. You're going to recess to the jury room with some additional instructions before you're excused for the day. Please follow that continuing instruction of the court not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else until you begin your deliberations. And please don't do anything to research or look the case up between now and then. That will conclude our juror service for today, and we'll return again tomorrow for closings. All please rise for the jurors.
Now I need to see if that's it. Are they done, or are they gonna, because they've said they've already been working on them. So does that mean no charge conference? That they've been working on those? I'm interested to see if it goes away really quick, then we'll know we're done for the day.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Now it looks like we may have something.
Council, there's again going to be a jury instruction conference on the record. I'd, if possible, like to take that up later this afternoon. We'll do an informal jury instruction conference off the record to determine whether or not the parties have reviewed our proposed instructions that have been submitted and determine where there might be objections that can be considered by the court. In addition, we're going to discuss exhibits as well and make sure there's a clear record of what's been admitted in this lengthy trial to confirm that with counsel before exhibits are submitted to the jury in their deliberations. So if counsel will stick around, we'll go ahead and recess for the day. At this time on the record, we may come back on the record at such later point, subject to when we get to these issues that could be called back on the record. So we'll go ahead and have the public excused at this point, and I'll talk to counsel about timing going into the afternoon and tomorrow, please.
Okay, so the camera's not going to go off. Like, remember what happened last time? They just went to the "we'll be right back" screen. Yep, this one right here. Court will resume shortly. So we can either stay here and wait to see if other things happen and be bored out of our mind, or I can jump around and see what I can find. And then we'll watch stuff until we know if they're coming back. Does that work? Let me see what I can find. If I can find some, what is going on? Is it Karen Reed, I think? Let me take a look. 1 second. Because now we don't have anything to watch. Oh. Oh my goodness. All of our Wendy, all of our buddies are live. Hello to Uncivil Law. Hello to Broken Baker. Let me see here. Oh, and right now Karen Reed is on a break. Let me see. Oh. I still need to figure out how some of these website or these channels are doing that chat summary thing. I still can't figure that out. I don't know how the others are doing it, because I can't get it to do it on mine. I have not been given that option on my channel. I have also not been given the option to give free memberships to chatters either. So let me see here. 1 second. I need to go over here, look under one. Gotta remember to switch back. I'm gonna switch my brain. Oh, so yeah, we're gonna be looking at this for a minute. Here, let me take that off. So I also need to take this other thing off. Banner. Where's this case? Okay, so I'm gonna switch over to this one just for a little bit. that on. No, trying to. I lost away. Hold on. Oh, my doggy is barking. Hold on. I need to do something different. Hold on. Let me do this. I have to do it this way. Oh, there we go. Let's see. So we're at a fan. That's all we got for that. I don't necessarily want to sit there and watch a fan. Hold on. I got to take care of the dog. I'll be right back. Here, I'll put on. Okay, I was saying all that and my sound was off. So I'm putting that on for you guys for a second. I need to go take care of my puppy. Be right back. So when Karen Reed comes back, do you guys want to take a peek at that for a bit while we wait for this one to come back if they come back? I can always just put that on. I don't know, Brian. I'm confused by the playing this thing locally, or I've got it up. Yeah, it's confusing to me. You guys can play it. I'm like, I don't know. Okay, because right now we're still on the fan for Reed. how long they're gonna make us sit and wait for them to come back. Because they are gonna do the charge conference. We just don't know when. So, Brian, is it working for you? You may have to sign into the game by scanning that barcode. Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, do you want me to call you a Skippy or Butterfly? And is that you, Dana, or is it another butterfly? I don't know who anybody is. And if you're new, yay, I'm happy. I should see what other games they have on there. Oh, how cool. Hey, Bethany. Oh, my goodness. Yay. Feel free to tell everybody we're over here now. Yay. I love it. I love it. I love it when our people follow us over from anywhere. I mean, I'm not trying to take anybody from anywhere, but I am over here now. I'm still watching for Reed. They're not back yet. Here, I'll stick my face up here. There, and you can see me. That's good. Yeah, still be. Yeah, that's awesome. It's not awesome that but you know what I mean. Stuff changes. Life goes on, right? Oh, here, let me push the button. There, you have to wait for it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Somebody was talking about I think I saw it up here. Somebody mentioned the Ricada thing there. Yeah, I hope that they figure everything out. I've been keeping up with that too. Mr. Ricada was not a fan of mine. So I try not to say too much, but yeah. My heart goes out to him, all of them over there, and they get that stuff straightened out. Whatever they got, whatever they need to do. Linda got that one in the nick of time. I'm looking at it through YouTube and it seems to be like a major delay for me. It's weird. Maybe it's because I'm the one streaming and I have mine open. That's on the computer. I do have it open on my phone. Oh, that Z. Yeah, my phone, it doesn't, I don't see the words. I only see type, it says, type below the words that you find in the anagram, but it doesn't show me the letters on my phone. That's odd. Probably most likely because I'm the one playing it and should play it under a different name instead of this one. Maybe that's it. Oh, I'm hearing stuff. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I'm going to get us over. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court back in session.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case in their hands, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
You make sure the sound is up all the way. Yep, it is.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that
Okay.
any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. Okay. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
Me either, so we
My
can talk over it if
undergraduate
you want to.
education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into
okay.
it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I
This
now?
one has been
Okay.
crazy. I was watching
So
it.
Tufts University, undergraduate, I have a degree in
whatever.
biology. That was,
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
there? And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with chief of resident in pathology with my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work from there?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearney?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney. So ever since, I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015, but I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. Also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things, as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years, we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years. And there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window where the CAP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. As probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, is there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about. a CBC, they want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be, drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on a Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, Doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency department, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, Doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, Doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department at Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy that they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So if you come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomist, they get an initial training, and there's a or they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what their job, what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you two sets of documents. If you could just look at those and then we'll go.
Okay.
And just in general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Well, everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies, what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again?
Okay.
Almost seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits.
Any objection? No objection. All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to, excuse me, I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, may I approach again, Your Honor? Just
yes.
Sure.
attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab result for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And what is it reported as, sir?
it is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing is concerned?
Okay, so
Before you do that, doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
okay, so at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process. The doctor will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture, the blood draw, and use the correct tube. They'll go through their process of one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have 2 forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there is also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for
All
alcohol.
right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine, and then it drops, and it's fine, and then it
Okay.
drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the
Okay, I'm
microphone.
going to bring it really close.
All right, this should be better with.
And hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too. One is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, a lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it, and that will put the document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system, and then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it. And that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells. There are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood, and the only way to get that plasma portion or the watery solution of the blood is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast, and it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also, in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. When somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Now, which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole bloods, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yeah, so alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. If you look in the literature, it can be 86% or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as a testing from the serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, I guess, the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at
Yep.
your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it, and it's there is a if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist, it happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately, it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And that lab results done pursuant to the testing and the policies and the protocols and everything in your lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that, hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're in a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree, not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids or hemolysis or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
All right, so there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any test that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol, and 5 samples to be accurate, 3 times a year. And we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how, what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH. And I can't imagine if, if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would, there wouldn't be that high of a.
As you testified, the goal in a clinical setting, obviously, is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Wiley, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything, no.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the 3 major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that a result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I watched some stuff on this trial over the weekend, and woof, holy cow, has this been an amazing, unbelievable case. I don't know if riveting is the right word.
No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh,
time about
okay,
your
I'm
voice.
sorry if I, thank you.
Thank you. Your
Looks
next
like
witness is
everyone's
Tom.
shiny.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach this while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
I also know that this is a trial that is very filled with sidebars or sidebars. I love the Boston accent. It's one of my favorites. I also know that she's really good at making facial expressions. Like, I've never seen anyone have the best pierced lips for an entire trial. Every time I look over, every time I see anything, she's got her lips pierced. She's like, but I also do see all across everyone's opinion is that this is definitely a setup. So I don't know if you guys are following this or not. So how do you think it's a setup? I mean, how far in are they on this? What day are they still in prosecution's case? Like I said, I have no idea other than what little I watched in some testimony over the weekend. And I almost wish that I'd covered this one instead, because this is one of the ones that I could talk through the whole blinking thing. I'm supposed to be talking more during... I'm supposed to be talking more during all of these trial stuff. So I got to work on that.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
I do. Thank you. You can have a seat.
I caught the testimony about parking the cars.
If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad at you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
That's what I'm hearing.
How long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercer University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands, where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write. Whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research based on to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what if any sort of, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what if any proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we received both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as an ISO 17025. But we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
Oh. So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, ones and twos, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes,
And were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point, were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is the serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
Okay, approach the witness.
Yes.
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that with something finished.
Some of the big testimony that I saw.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made with the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the exhibits. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
And what was that time, sir?
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to that?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that a bit. What is your understanding of forensic science? And can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience, what is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing this read that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come through the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital. Yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining, just in case a person converts or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
And as far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, do they come from sort of different population bases? Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records and what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low, and average, and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are, or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has two carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Now, sir, are you also familiar through your training and experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure, what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so, can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom, as time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is it?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that and look up and finish. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what, if any, difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What, if any, impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
I'm about to doze off.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what of each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we implied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram % per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, What, if any, calculation, what, if any, result did you come from with your calculations as it pertains to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram%.
And that's essentially recording in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what, if any, result did you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram%.
And so that range that you receive is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations. They're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using two different elimination rates that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially, from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach just to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
No, are they pointing this towards Karen and her blood alcohol? I'm trying to follow it.
I can have one moment, Sean.
Yes.
I don't know.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Okay, here we go. This defense has been really good in this case. That's what I was watching over the weekend.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
I'll be right back again. My doggy is telling me she has to
If
go
your
out.
drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges that the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let it, go ahead, you can
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test, usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, that's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood. You're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You agree
Yes.
with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Action.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, we discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally.
Spray, please.
So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink. If there was another drink in between there, it just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculation?
No.
Nothing.
Okay. You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And
Yes.
to be clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Michael Trotter to the stand.
remain standing and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since 82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury sort of what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, if I could turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know a John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock, and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks.
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows. So there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, a F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 28,000 pounds.
Now,
The large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
and as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
They are pickup trucks, usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I do notice that his tie matches his shirt, kind of like my headband matches my blouse. Styling.
I'm showing you a document. Just look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come out to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
I have no objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 109. Thank you.
Charlotte, when it comes to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109, I just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes,
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W and S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location? on
Yes,
all
they
of
would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
And sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood or the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest, number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's
In
a
the
dump
car,
truck.
in the yard, parked. Oh, he's so cute. I love it. I love it.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much would it be? Taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
Now, when you're driving or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, excuse me. What, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
Can I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sutter. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It was fairly big news at the time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name By the Yard, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him, that's who BL was, but I did I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay, you say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you ask me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would
Okay.
say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes.
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
That's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not.
Sir, that means you
Don't answer that question. I think he's going to ask one that's an appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
All right.
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
No.
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
No.
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
No.
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
Is he the highway department supervisor?
Yes.
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back in on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes.
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
If they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of
Yes.
2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Lowney.
Let me just have a moment.
So what are they trying to say? Prosecution is trying to say the state, they don't want that in there because they want to blame it on her, right? So I know Stephen
The
said
witness or the sidebar? Yeah.
there's a theory, but
Do you have reading glasses as well? Or
Well, I have, yes. But
you're able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
yes.
Terrific. handing you another document, sir. And I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
It appears to be,
Does it appear to be identical?
yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yes. All right, Mr. Chardo, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
I don't know, Stephanie. I don't know. I'm trying to follow what the questioning was on that and why that witness was called. Whose theory is it that a snowplow ran him over? Doesn't seem like a theory that anyone on either side really wants to acknowledge, because he said that he doesn't recall speaking to a defense attorney.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I take the statement.
All right, Mr. Lally.
I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoughton?
About 23 years.
Thank you, Dana. I
And,
wasn't
what
sure
is
how
it
to
that you
ask
do
that
for work?
question.
I work for the town of Canton. I'm the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The
how
what?
long
What
have you
was-
been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of informational service?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
So you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police will be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes, Trooper Dunn reached out. We had a phone conversation, and we had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequaside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall on it, there were 2 different timeframes between 12 and 1 and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to town hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Peckwoodside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is or what kind of town property it is and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on either this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Peckwoodside Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farm?
Yep, Pequicide, Pequitside.
Thank you.
Sir, is it, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequitside Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequitside, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all of the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that to the troopers?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off to the trooper?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video time frame that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it? No.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. May we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, this case has me completely baffled. I mean, you really would have to watch it from the very beginning to even try to say anything that is, that could possibly be a thing. It's very involved. From what I've seen, and I don't know that much about Massachusetts police, but I'm hearing that there are issues with them. And so having that knowledge in my head, it makes it difficult for me to listen to a lot of what prosecution is saying and reading up on some of the stuff that I'm seeing. And I also watched her interview on Nightline, Dateline, some line, maybe it was 48 Hour. No, it was Nightline. And watching her body language and the way how she was and stuff. I see her as someone who doesn't know. She doesn't know if she even did anything. Like if she was heavily intoxicated and she said right off the bat, I don't know what happened. That could very well be a possibility. And maybe it was an accidental hitting.
All right, so you both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
Hand that to Madam Court Reporter.
I was still trying to understand the footage of her SUV backing up.
All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And trying to correlate that into all of this. Like where was this supposed
With the court's permission, I would just
fragments
ask
of her
that
car
we
found?
publish portions from those.
Hold on.
Or was it that she got there and it was missing and they said that his face hit it or something?
I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, you have what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it to the correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longer street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of the town hall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, if you could take that down and just put up the 5 to 6. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day, January 29th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier. The camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
Thank you.
So what are they trying to show with that? How much snow was on the ground?
I may have one moment, John.
Yes.
And what it looked like between 12 midnight and 5 a.m.?
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Judges.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't
I
do
did
that
not.
for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6.
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No, because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30. Yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you just repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically a conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, the footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Nothing further. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you.
I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach just on?
Ah, so no other witnesses. That means this one's probably done too. Oh. If this is done, I may go ahead and cut the stream and then keep an eye on it, and I'll come back up when we get something. I'm not sure yet. That's a long. It's 1 o'clock, or maybe it's 2 o'clock. Maybe I'll wait till another hour and a half if this is over, which I'm pretty sure it is. It feels weird watching this because I feel like I don't have enough information to really be able to say much other than sit here and look at her. Look at her with her pierced lips. Wait, hold on one second. Steven says, so tomorrow is closing defense arguments for Daybel? Yes. We'll have closings tomorrow morning. They're supposed to come back and do the charge conference. I assume they could come back soon because there's only an hour and a half left. It's 2 and they end at 3:30. Well, I mean, they could end it anytime they want, but they normally end about 3:30 their time, and it's 2 now. So I don't know. I expect them to come back soon.
So
You are
George,
unmuted.
in fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today. And I understand this sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period of time. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case.
Of course,
with
I just
anyone.
blanked
Don't
all
do
that
any
out.
Independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All right,
Well,
please.
she said next Monday, right? Is that what she just said? I kind of went out. I didn't hear it. Yeah, so we're gonna be sitting here for an hour and a half. Let me see if I can find something else so we can put up real quick while they're doing this. I mean, maybe they might take care of some stuff first, but we'll wait and see.
All right, and for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling purposes.
Okay, so they're going to take care of that. Let me look real quick up here. Here, let me turn me off so I'm not looking up at the ceiling. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else outside of this that's going on as far as Trilin goes. Oy, oy, oy. Time before 4 a.m. is creepy. Oh. Ugh. Stephanie, we always say in this type of community that, yeah, you'd be surprised at what's on our hard drives or what our searches are. We search some odd things. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe we could always do a rewatch if I can't find anything else after Daybell ends. We could always start back from the beginning and play it. And that way we could stop it and talk over it and all that stuff too. Just something to think about maybe. I don't know. But I don't know what trials are coming up next or what trials are on the horizon. Stephanie says Court TV has some good daily recaps on Karen that can help catch you up. Yep. Vinnie Politan? Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, I was watching some video. Somebody, I think it's called the Aussie Insider, put together a bunch of reaction from all the law tubers. And it was funny watching their faces on some of this testimony. Like mouth wide open type of stuff. Like Emily D. Baker was hilarious. F-bombs flying everywhere. Oh my goodness. Yes, this trial is absolutely worth a rewatch for sure. So maybe we'll consider that if I can't find anything. Yeah, I could always play that too. I don't know if we were getting tired of it. Yeah. I've actually, like I said, I spent the weekend with this Karen Reed thing, and I was watching all of the different law tubers as Runkle, sorry, Runkle. There's well, we got Broken Baker, Valhalla, awaits and all those, but there are also other people that are following it, like Natalie, the lawyer chick. I think she was on with Uncivil Law at some point during this, and they were recapping it. I was watching some of that, watching some of his reaction. Uncivil Law, that's Kurt. We just connected, Mr. Uncivil Law. He still thinks I was a moderator. Uh-oh. Okay, they're done. So I'll have to put it back over on the other one. Hold on. So hold on, let me get this. Boop. I can go back over here. Hold on 1 second. Go to, oh, take that off now. All right. So we're back to there. Let me see if, or we'll look into doing that. Looking at more, we could watch more testimony since that's over. I'm game for anything, Brian says. Yeah, I was looking for some stuff like just to have something up on the screen, if nothing else. Oh, another thing I was doing over the weekend was watching Storm Chasers. I must have spent an entire afternoon watching Storm Chaser lives all over YouTube. Yeah, did you guys hear about what happened in Seaside Heights, New Jersey? On the boardwalk over at the shore over where Snooky used to work, that area, that one. There was at the time it was a suspected shooting, but it ended up being a backfire. Like a car backfire, which I didn't even know cars backfired anymore. But it had everyone running, and there was footage of it from here. Let me see if I can find it. It was I'll get it from John's. John put it up on his. He and his husband were actually there on the boardwalk when it happened. I didn't know about it until it happened at 8:30 on Friday night, which Friday night is my off the grid type of stuff. Like all my stuff is either on do not disturb, or I am in having an interest, a fun evening with my husband in our sensory basement, with the flashy lights and all the loud music and stuff. And so I had no idea anything was going on, and it was a scary event for them, and I felt horrible when I found out. Didn't know until 5 p.m. the next day that it had happened. I was completely off social media, didn't have a clue anything was going on. And it really was. Let me see if I can find his not see if I can find it. Let me get it. Like I can't find John Yates. Jeez. Yeah, wait. It helps to be able to see. Okay, let me see. This one, right? Yeah. Let me see. Posts. I think it's Reels. Did he put it on Reels? Nope, don't see it there. I have to find it through that's not what I want. I think this is it right now. That's not. But anyway, now I can't find it. How is that possible? Because I'm on this thing. That's why. Because I'm trying to do this from my computer when I'm used to doing it from my phone. He may have. Oh, you know what it was? I bet he did just the story. It's going to take me forever to find him. I'm following too many people on. Anyway, the whole boardwalk, everyone was racing to get off the boardwalk because everyone thought that they were being shot at, and it was mayhem. And one of the New Jersey housewives filmed it from her I think it's her, I don't know if it's her Airbnb or her beach house, whatever it was, if it was hers or or whatever. She was filming from her balcony, and just they said every block on every part of the boardwalk, everyone was flying off of it. And John said that it was mayhem, and it brought back memories of 9/11, and that scary part. So it was hard he said it was scary. Everyone was running, just trying to get off the boardwalk. But yeah, that's what happened on Friday night. Those of you who don't know who John is, he's a friend of mine, a YouTuber here. It's does recaps of all the Bravo shows and TLC and stuff. And he lives 2 blocks from the boardwalk in the Jersey Shore, the Seaside Heights boardwalk area. So yeah, he was out enjoying Memorial Day weekend, and that happened, but he is safe. Take care, Beanie. And who else is leaving? Oh, sorry, I was jibber jabbering. And Stephanie. Yeah, we'll sit here and wait for them to decide if they're going to come back and do this charge conference tonight, or they're just going to not go back on camera. I don't want to miss it. I'm going to keep my eye on it, and maybe I'll just go find something to play. Let's just do that. That way you don't have to sit here and try it and listen to me yammer about nothing. 1 second. Oh, we could listen to Garth. Unless you don't want to. I'll check the chat. I'm gonna get it set up, and then I'll check the chat and see what you guys say. Do you want to listen to him or not? When was he? I think it was he yesterday? Not yesterday. Where are you? Gonna go to the next one. I think it was the day after that. Right, this one. Let's see. What the heck day was he on? Was he before? He was second. He was after Emma. So Emma was first in the defense's case. So I need to go at least 4 down, I think. Garthy Poo, where are you? Office. Nope. This one. Taking me forever. Yeah. Da, 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 da. It was right after Oh wait, yeah, I'm way off. No, Garth, no, it was here because state rested on day, what is this, day 25? So day 25, state rested. So let me go to state defense directed verdict. I don't think they started, I think Garth was the 26th maybe. Let me check. I may have skipped him. Yep, I found him. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I can't see the screen. I'm outside of the thing. I heard a sound. Oh, there might be, wait. Oh, I'm like, where? I hear my sound. Oh, that's why. Okay, hold on a second. All of a sudden, I heard my voice coming out of somewhere and forgot what I had done. I'm like, where's my voice coming from? Let me see here. Let me make sure. I'll check the chat. Good night, Stephanie. Stephanie left. Good night, Stephanie. Be safe. Sounds good to me. Okay, see you tomorrow. All right. So that's what we're doing. Nobody complained about having to hear Garth, so that's what we're gonna do. And I do have a thing up so I can see it, and we will know if they do come back. If they don't, it's already 2:30 now. We'll give it another hour and see what happens. But let me go ahead and cue Garth.
Get started with another witness before we take lunch, if we could, since we have about 20 minutes. Is that all right, Mr.
Yes,
Pryor?
Your Honor. It would be Garth Daybell, Judge.
Okay, we'll have the defense call the next witness then.
So who all has storm problems going on? Like who's all in the storms? If you guys want to watch some storm stuff, I'd love to watch storm chaser stuff. But that might be too scary for some. I don't know.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and inquire.
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Garth Daybell, Daybell.
And Garth,
Oh,
can you
that's
tell me what
right.
your relationship is to Chad over
Voice
there
that
to my
goes up?
left?
I
Chad
forget
is my
who-
father.
Okay,
Voice
and
that
can you
goes up?
tell me how many
Whoop.
brothers and sisters you have?
I have 4 brothers and sisters. I'm the oldest, and then 2 brothers, 2 sisters.
Okay. Now, I want to start out by saying that at the time
too,
your
Brian.
mother had passed away, and if at any time, Garth, you need to take a break or have a drink of water, please tell me, okay? At the time your mother passed away, who was living in your dad and mom's home?
So in my parents' home, it was my dad, my mom,
I
and
have a
me.
twin.
Okay. And in terms of the sleeping arrangements, how were the bedrooms aligned in that house?
So at the end of a hallway, there was on the left would have been my bedroom, and on the right across the hall would have been my parents' bedroom.
Okay, and if you were to estimate, and you only have to estimate, it doesn't have to be scientific, how far would you estimate is the distance between the bed you were sleeping in the one bedroom and the bed that your mother and father shared in terms of feet?
So I would estimate about 20 feet between the 2 beds.
Okay. Now I'm going to switch around a little bit and go on a couple of other different topics, so please bear with me, okay? There is a method to this madness, I guess, but do you have a recollection, and I want to say prior to 2000, not John Pryor, but prior to 2017, who was driving the Dodge Dakota?
Prior to 2017 was my dad.
Okay, and then after 2017, was your dad still driving the Dodge Dakota?
He was not.
I forgot about
Okay.
the not
sure
John
about
Pryor
that?
part.
I am sure.
Okay. Who was driving the Dodge Dakota?
It'd be my mom.
Okay. Okay. And she was primarily the one driving that?
Oh, I think I have it backwards.
Well, that's what I want to ask you, and I want to make sure that you're being accurate about this. So prior, and maybe I confused you by doing that. At the time of your mother's death, do you know which vehicle your dad was driving?
My dad was driving the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And is there a reason why are you nervous?
I am.
Okay. Okay. Do you share your father's introvert personality?
I do. I consider myself pretty shy.
Okay. So at the time, and I'm going to go back, and this is prior, meaning before 2017. Again, do you know who was driving the Dodge Dakota?
But before 2017, it would have been my mom.
Okay. And then do you have a reason as to why that changed? Do you recall?
If I recall, it had something to do with car troubles.
Okay. And then your mother started driving a different vehicle?
She started driving an Equinox.
Okay. And was that her primary vehicle?
After 2017, yes.
Okay. But there were occasions when they switched off, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. But primarily your father would be the one seen in the Dodge Dakota, correct?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the summer of 2019 and in regards to raccoons. What do you recall about that summer in regards to raccoons?
That summer, I was testing out a new tent and out in the backfield and I heard a rustling and I went out and I looked up into the tree and there was a raccoon there. And so I ran inside and I told my dad, there's a raccoon. And it was very close to where our rabbits were being kept. And so I told him and we went out, he grabbed the shotgun and he shot the raccoon.
And was that in the evening? Was that during the day? When was that?
It was about 10 at night.
Okay, so at evening.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it exclusive that you would only see raccoons at night, or were there occasions when you would see them in the morning or the afternoon?
I saw them at night, except for when we had trapped them.
Okay, and you had trapped them during the day
Hmm.
when they were raiding what were they raiding?
The rabbit hutch, or it was a rabbit pen. We had set up a fence.
Okay, so they would come in during the day to go after your rabbit food or rabbits?
The food, and we were worried they would go after the rabbits eventually too.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to catch other raccoons during the summer of 2019?
We did.
How many other raccoons did you catch during the summer of 2019?
It was 3 or 4, if I remember.
And do you have a recollection of approximately where on the property those were buried?
We typically buried them in the compost heap behind the silver shed.
Okay. Were there other animals that were buried in a different place on the property?
Yes.
And where would those other animals be buried?
Animals that were more of pets, we would bury out near a raspberry patch.
Okay. So it would be unusual for your father to put a raccoon in the raspberry patch then. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So would he typically tell your mother if he did something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Was the silver, and what did you call it? The behind the what?
Silver shed.
The silver shed, was that getting full at some point?
The shed was pretty, or you mean the
ground around the shed is where you were putting them in the compost?
I would think so. There was a few animals in there.
Well, more than a few, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point you also set traps for the raccoons. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Who did you get the traps from?
Our neighbor, Matt Price.
Okay. And at some point, was there issues with the operation of that trap?
Sometimes they could get in and get the food without the trap activating.
Okay. Okay. Now, And when that happened, would that mean the door wouldn't close, or what would go on there?
So the door would remain open, but the food would disappear.
Okay. And was that happening throughout the summer?
It was.
Okay, and eventually, did you catch that big raccoon?
There were so many, I don't remember.
Okay. And at some point,
I apologize to interrupt. There's just an issue I want to bring up briefly on a sidebar here.
Okay, that was interesting. You just sidebar quick. wonder what spurred that on. So we have a dark raccoon in a raspberry patch. Oh. And yes, every time they mention the raccoon, I think of exactly what Brian said. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. There it is. I try not to, but so we and Stephanie says Tyler should feel honored being buried on the in the raspberry patch. Dark raccoon. I forwarded to get us closer.
All
to
right,
the
thank you,
end.
counsel.
Because
The
I
court
wasn't
had
having a
that
bad
quick
day.
sidebar. It was nothing to do with any question or any impropriety of a question or objection or anything like that. It was simply a matter of management of witnesses in the case. And so because the issue came up and we need to address that briefly, and given the timing, Mr. Pryor, I think it would be good to just break for lunch, then we can sort that
Okay.
out and you can continue with direct.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and take the lunch recess. We'll take an hour. So if we can come back on just before 1 o'clock, that will be when we'll resume. Thank you.
Mr. Daybell, Garth, we advise not to talk about the case or meet with anybody regarding the case as well, okay?
Yeah, while you're under oath, don't discuss your testimony or talk to anybody else about how you're going to testify between now and when you return, please.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
We are back live.
All
No,
right,
we're not.
visitors brought in, please. Yeah, let's have the witness return to the stand first. Thank you. You may.
They never really proved anything about the raccoon, did they? I mean, they never really offered anything much that was anything to even say that a raccoon was ever a part of any of this, right? Just that it was something he said about, I think he was using that word for the reason there was a shot made or somebody fired a gun or something, in case anybody heard it. Of course, I'm not putting myself up on the screen because if I do, it'll look like, I'll show you. It'll look like that. Or it'll look like that. I was really hoping that they would have had more on that we would have heard something that gave more to the jury about the raccoon, because I don't know. I just felt like that was never really, it wasn't really closed. You know, like it wasn't solidified in my mind as a juror what it even was supposed to be a part of. And the way he was testifying this, like, we put some of the animals around the back of the shed or something like that. Like, what? Wait a second. You had a pet cemetery. Why are you putting animals behind a shed? Unless that's where the pet cemetery was. I thought the pet cemetery was near a pond. Is it the same area? I have no idea. I am so bad about maps. I should look at it. Yeah, you saw me check the sound. I was like, wait a second. Oh wait, here I can put something up. Hold on. Yeah, it sure is a packed house today. Look at that. Wow. Wait. I was gonna put something. Where is it? Now, if I put that up, it'll be the wrong one. No, it'll be right. I made something, but now I can't find it. Where is it?
Please, all President Counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated.
That's what this is what I was gonna put up.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Like to remind everyone here in attendance, there's a courtroom conduct order in effect, and I appreciate everyone complying with that thus far today. We're on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Guy Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess, and Garth Daybell is on the stand in direct examination. If you'd like to continue with your direct, Mr. Pryor, you may at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. All set, Garth?
Yep.
Okay. Now, Garth, before we go forward, we had previously been talking about the raccoon in the cage. But before we go forward, how many times prior to today have we spoken together?
I think no more than 3.
Okay.
Including today.
Okay. If you include today, we did speak yesterday for a brief time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I tell you anything to say, or did I encourage you to testify a certain way?
No.
Did I give you any advice of any kind?
The only advice given was to just tell the truth.
Okay. And you're prepared to do that today?
Yes.
I want to talk about
yeah, he prepped him to say that.
the September 9th of 2019. Do you recall that?
I think that if I recall correctly, that's the day that I drove home.
Okay, and about what time did you get home that day?
So I got home from work about a little after 4, because that's when my contract hours ended, and so it'd take about 20 minutes to drive home, and I pulled into the back driveway.
Okay, and hold on a second. I guess I didn't cover this very well. You are currently employed as what?
I'm a 8th grade science teacher.
Where do you teach?
Madison Junior High in Rexburg.
Okay. And at the time in 2019, were you working as an 8th grade science teacher?
I was.
Okay. And did you have another job as well?
That October, I worked as a scare person at a local haunted house.
Okay. Okay. So on the date of September 9th of 2019, you had testified that you were just getting home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion in that?
Voice.
And was it late afternoon or evening? Do you recall?
It was late afternoon. The sun was still up.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to talk to your father?
I did. As I pulled in, he came up to me. He was in work clothes and.
All right. Now hold on. When you say clothes, what does that mean?
Yard work.
Okay.
And he sounded very excited. He said, "Hey, Garth, I killed another raccoon."
Okay, was that the raccoon that you
yes,
folks were
sweetheart,
having
if you want
difficulty
to,
with
how
breaking out of
sweet.
the
Hold it.
cage?
You want me to, yeah.
I believe it was.
Yes.
Okay, and did he express that to you? That
Yes,
he finally
Cash
got
App
that raccoon?
to that
He did.
thing that's up
Okay.
on the screen.
And then
there.
at that
Thank
point,
you,
did he
Beanie.
show you where he buried that raccoon?
Here, let me type
And he
that.
showed me that it
in
was
your-
buried behind
Here,
the
let me go.
silver
Let me
shed.
get my thing.
Okay.
I'll just give it to you. One
Okay.
second.
Did he ever say to you that he buried a raccoon in the pet cemetery?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
What am I doing? Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, are we confusing the raccoons? You know that you buried some in the silver shed. Is there possibly that some were buried in the pet cemetery?
I think, or
That
they
should
were
work
all
for you, Beanie. Thank
buried
you so
behind the
much, hon.
silver shed.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit with your sister about your mother's health issues. What concerns did you have about your mother's health?
I was concerned that she was getting tired extremely easily, that she would work extremely hard all day and then just come home and collapse.
Okay. And did you ever encourage her to seek medical help?
I did. She had hurt her arm, and I wanted her to go get it looked at. She was trying to rub this bruising ointment on it.
Okay.
She refused to go.
Okay. At some point, she did go to the doctor for the injury, however. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact time that happened.
Okay. Were there
That's
other
kinda
issues that you
interesting.
had
He doesn't
concerns
recall
about
that.
your mother's health?
We worked in the yard together a lot, and I was her muscle. She would direct me where to dig and move stuff and cinder blocks and garden things and yeah, she had a hard time doing those heavier things.
And why do you say she had a hard time with it?
She would get really winded really easily.
Okay. And is that something that happened in the last year of her life, or was that the entire time that you knew her?
I would say it became increasingly more towards the end of her life.
Okay. Okay. Were there any other concerns about any sort of other medical issues of her being able to keep her balance or anything like that that caused you concern?
She would have fainting spells.
And how often would that happen?
It was usually after she'd been kneeling for a while.
Okay. Was there ever a discussion in your family about her having some difficulty in the temple with kneeling?
Yes.
What was that concerned?
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Okay. I want to go back to
I'm not sure why. I don't know.
the incident with the
Beanie,
paintball
I
gun
have
in
no
your
idea.
mother.
That should work.
Do you recall that day?
I do.
It was approximately the 9th
Do you
of
have Cash
October,
App?
is that right?
If you don't have Cash App, or if you do have Cash
Yes.
App, you can just
Okay.
put
Do you recall where you were at that point?
that in your Cash
I
App.
was on the couch.
Okay. Who was home at that point?
It was me watching TV and my dad was working on the computer.
Okay. And
Does
then
that
at some
help?
point, did your mother come home?
She did.
And how did she approach you when she got home?
She came in really panic stricken, saying someone had attacked her.
Okay. And
Hmm.
did she say with what?
She said with a paintball gun.
Okay. Did you have a discussion with her prior to taking any action?
So when she said that, I was filled with rage and I wanted to go find whoever had done this. And but before I chased after someone with a gun, I said, "Are you sure it was a paintball gun?"
Okay.
And she said, "Yes, it had the thing on top."
The thing on top. What do you mean the thing on top?
Um, I think she was referring to the hopper on top where you put the paintballs.
Did she specifically identify a hopper on top of that gun?
She did by showing me a picture on the computer and pointing to the hopper on the picture.
So
Did
this
she
is how they
Google a
got that stuff
picture?
about the
She did.
picture.
And
And
she
they
showed you
said
the
that-
picture on the computer?
Yes.
Now I want to go with
They said they did this in front of, was it Hermosillo? Remember that? This is to cover that. Remember we got, one of them said, I never saw anyone show a picture of a paintball gun, but they're saying that they showed it on the computer. Does anybody remember that? Or am I?
with one other topic. At some point, your father and your mother and you were there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were all of you looking at this image on the computer?
Yes.
Okay. And then an officer by the name of Coulter Cannon showed up at that point. Do you recall
Cannon.
that?
I do.
And at some point, did you or your father and mother show Officer Cannon the picture of the paintball gun on the computer?
Didn't he
We
say that
did.
never happened?
And who was present when that took place?
I believe it was my mother, my father, and me, and the officer.
Okay, and is there any doubt that you showed the officer the image on the computer?
There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay. I'd like to move on and.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to
And
say
again, if
something
it-
about the way he's speaking. I've been listening to, let me put myself up on the screen so at least you can see me. There I am. We'll put it up. Put it over here since I'm over there. Ignore that one over there. I'm right here. One thing I've noticed about the way he does his voice, it's not just a person has a strange and odd way of speaking. It's when he is absolutely 100% sure of something. If you go back and listen to the things, you can listen to things he should be sure about, and the things that even Officer Cannon said didn't happen. He does not. His voice doesn't go down in that. His voice continues to go up. Do you see what I mean? If he is completely sure, 100% sure that he showed Cannon that picture, and Cannon saying it didn't happen. If we remember that testimony, that's the testimony I remember. In my opinion, his voice would have gone down in saying 100%, not up, because up is a question. Like, I'm not sure, even though he does this all the time in his speech. I would like to hear him speak outside of this trial and see if he speaks this way outside of the trial. Because in my opinion, listening to, I do a lot of body, looking at people and how they do stuff and watching the videos on some people who talk about body, what do you call it? Body, you know what I mean? Looking at how people react and things they do and how they say their voice inflection and all that stuff. I just feel like in that moment, if he were 100% sure, he showed Cannon a picture of a paintball gun, that Cannon would have said, yeah, he did. And his voice would have gone down and not up. Just my opinion. Just from watching stuff, and I'll put it back on.
At any point you need to take a break, you let me know. Or if you need some water, or if for some reason you let
I'll
me know.
take a quick sip.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the evening of October 18th. Okay, and that was the evening before your mother passed.
Yes.
Okay. You were working that day, and you mentioned something about in October you were working at a scare what?
So there's a local haunted house in Teton, Idaho, which is about 20-ish, maybe half an hour away from where I lived, and a seasonal attraction that I would go work. I'm dressed up in a costume to scare people.
Okay. And at that point, did you have an occasion before going in to do that to come home
Come home from
your first job?
Yes.
And walk me through that as to what after you got home from work from the first job, what did you do next?
So I came home, and mom usually came home before me, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And she told me, I just don't feel good today. I don't want to cook tonight. Can you go get some McDonald's for us?
Now that's a long way to a McDonald's, is it not?
Well, I mean, we're used to driving into town for various things. So
Well, then what town did you drive to for the McDonald's?
Rexburg.
Okay. And forgive me, I don't recall if there is a McDonald's in Rexburg.
There's two.
Oh, okay. Then did you get some food for you folks?
I did.
Who did you get food for?
So I bought food for me and my father and my mother.
Okay, do you recall what you got for your mother?
Her favorite meal was the quarter pounder with cheese.
A healthy meal.
Depends.
Hey, no knocking
And
my favorite
anything else?
sandwich.
I don't remember if she wanted anything else with it, and fries.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I got her a combo.
And then you went to work at the Haunted Mill. Is that what that's called?
Yep. So so about 7-ish, I left, and she was sitting on the couch and said, "Have a fun time. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll let you sleep in."
Okay. And then at some point you got home at about what time?
So I got home about 1 a.m. shortly after that.
Okay, and then at that point, again, you previously testified the distance between your bedroom and your mother and father's bedroom, is that right?
Yes,
And the distance there was about how far?
about 20 feet.
Okay, and then at some point, did you hear anything coming from your mother and father's bedroom?
As I passed their bedroom, I heard my father snoring.
And is it clear that it was your father snoring?
Yes,
Okay. You had no other indication of that your mother was snoring or making any noise?
I didn't hear anything of that sort.
You didn't see any images in the bedroom of any kind of a struggle or a fight or any kind of an altercation, did you?
No, as far as I knew, it was a normal night.
Okay. And then at some point, what did you do after
See
you
how
went
his
into your
voice
bedroom?
went down on that one?
I got on my computer and I watched YouTube for a few hours.
And what, when you
And
say a
then it
few
goes up
hours,
on
what
that
does that
one?
mean?
Till about 3 a.m. So
Okay.
2 hours-ish.
And then it
Okay.
goes down again.
And then at early in the morning, at some point, you were awoken, is that right?
Yes.
And how were you awoken?
I heard my dad saying, Garth, get up. I need help.
Okay.
And I got out of bed and ran over to help.
And then when you walked into your parents' bedroom, what exactly did you observe?
I observed my mother had rolled partially out of bed with her legs entangled in the sheets. And my instinct was, oh, she needs help. So I immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up back into the bed.
Okay. And at that point, you felt her arms were cold?
Yeah, I felt she was cold and stiff
Okay.
and she was gray and I realized she's not been breathing.
Okay. Okay. And at some point between the time you got home at 1 o'clock and the time you went to sleep at about 3 o'clock, did you hear anything or any indication that there was any kind of sound or struggle?
I heard nothing.
Okay. And would you agree that it's close enough that if there was some kind of a struggle or a fight or anything that you would have heard it?
I would have definitely heard it.
Were you present with the discussion with the Flams about when to have the funeral?
I was.
And what do you recall of that conversation?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said it seems pretty simple here. We can have a funeral this day or this day, and
Do you have a recollection of which the two choices of
I
days?
feel like
were?
it was either Tuesday or Saturday.
Okay. And you could choose, and was it your impression that the family would have been able to choose either day?
Oh crap, this whole time I've been sitting here talking. And I had the sound off. Whoops, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. Brian, thank you very much. I was saying, pop goes the cherry. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much, hon. Oh, and then Beanie says, I agree. Someone said earlier his voice went up at the end of some sentences. No one related it to truth or lie. Right. I don't know. I've always said, when I first heard him speaking, I was trying to think, does he have a speech thing? Like, I've not heard him speak outside of this. I don't know if there's any footage of him speaking. I would like to hear the way he speaks outside of the trial, because there are on some points when he is speaking, his inflection goes down on parts where I believe that he's being truthful. And there's certain parts in the story that just aren't matching other things where his voice is going up. Now, I'm not saying that's an indication of anything. I'm just saying it's interesting, even though he very well could have a speech thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. He called himself an introvert. Pryor has really put a spin on that, how much he's like his dad. I don't understand why they have to do that. I don't know what he's getting at that. But yeah, I said it from the first thing that I think, I know, Linda, look, it's what a sweetheart. Thank you, babe. Babe? Brian. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. So I don't know. I am interested. I would be interested in knowing exactly why the grand jury had any inkling or a thought to say that to investigate him for perjury. Yes, with the question tone, but not all the time. I notice, because I'm listening, trying to go back on this second time around, listening to certain parts that are more of a yes or no question, and I feel like on some of these, it's more he brings his voice up at the end, like, I kind of would like to look into that a little bit, but maybe not that much. But yeah, it is interesting to me about the way he speaks. Okay, we can listen back to it. Sorry, I had to put that in there.
I do, yeah. I feel like we would have been able to.
I want to fast forward to a vacation to Knott's Berry Farms. You remember that?
I do.
Do you have a recollection of how long that trip was planned in advance?
It was about a week. It felt like a week ahead.
Okay. And at that point, when I say all of you, your family gathered in Rexburg or St. Anthony, is that correct?
Yeah, we were at that house.
Okay. And who was with you at the time when you decided to head to Salt Lake City?
It was my dad and me and Emma and Joe, and that might have been it, or Adam and Leah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the time, was Lori Vallow with you guys at that point?
She was not with us at that point.
And then you drove to Salt Lake City, is that correct?
We drove to Salt Lake City to go to the airport there.
And then you flew to California?
Yes.
And at some point later on in the trip, Lori Vallow showed up separately driving to the California location?
She did.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about how you discovered that they exhumed your mother's remains. Do you recall how you were able to discover that?
I first heard about it from my sister, Emma.
Okay. At any point, did any law enforcement officer ever reach out to you, or to your knowledge, anyone in your family, to advise you that they were going to dig up your mother?
No one contacted us. It was a complete surprise.
I want to talk to you a little bit about May 7th of 2021. Do you recall that day for some reason?
I do.
And what happened on that particular day?
It started out as what was going to be a normal school day, and
So I want to stop you there. When you say a normal school day, would that be a day that you were going to teach school?
yes, I was going to go and do my job.
Okay, what transpired on that particular day?
I went out to the driveway to my car and there were several law enforcement vehicles across the street and several officers got out and surrounded me and insisted that I go with them.
Okay, do you recall the names of the officers and which agency they were with?
I remember that Detective Ball was there and
Detective Ron Ball?
Ron Ball,
Okay,
Detective Hermosillo,
that's Ray Hermosillo?
Hermosillo, and then I called him Vinny Kaikamanu.
That be Officer Kai Kamano right
That
there
would-
in the gray suit?
That would be him.
He was one of those that showed up at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what transpired?
I told them, "Do you have a warrant?" And they said, "No, but you need to come with us anyway."
Did they give you any choice?
I felt like I had no choice.
And then what transpired next?
They drove me to the police station. They confiscated my phone.
Okay, was anybody with you at that point?
At that point, no.
Did you later learn that they also took custody of somebody else?
Yes, they had then gone up to the door.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike that question. It mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Okay, what transpired after they took you into custody?
Objection, Your Honor, again misstates the testimony. Move to strike.
I'll rephrase, Judge, I'm sorry. After the police officers told you that they were going to take you, what transpired next?
I was taken to the police station, and then I saw that they had also detained my wife and brought her in a separate car.
Were you two kept together in the same room?
We were kept in separate rooms the entire time.
And when you say the entire time, how long did they keep you in the separate rooms?
About 5 or 6 hours.
Okay, at any point, did they try to talk to you?
They did.
Okay, and what was the nature of the discussion?
They were telling me that my story was untrue and that I needed to change it.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
When they say they told you they needed you to change your story or that they didn't believe you, who is they?
The 3 detectives that I've mentioned.
Were there
Hi,
any other
Alien.
detectives there?
There was a Detective Mattingly who was with my wife.
Okay, and at some point, is it your understanding they were doing the same thing to your wife?
She tells me they never talked to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. And at some point, did you ask to have an attorney represent you?
I did.
And at some point and you said it was between 5 and 6 hours?
Yes,
And at some point, were you released?
I was.
Were you subsequently charged with anything as a result of being detained?
I was not.
Did they take any further action with you as a result of being detained?
They did not.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, was there another occasion when you were accused of or asked to change your story?
I was summoned to 2 separate grand juries.
Okay, I want to talk about the second grand jury. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you have an understanding of why you were summoned in front of the grand jury?
It was made pretty plain that I needed to change my story to fit theirs.
Okay, and in the event you didn't change your story, you would be indicted by the grand jury?
Yes, and they had a list of charges that they were threatening me with.
Okay, when you say they were threatening with you, who are you talking about?
I didn't.
Thank you. Thank you, Beanie. Oh, sweet Beanie. Thank you. Yes, hey, I also wanted to say hi to Alien. Hi, Alien. So, see that? So I'm kind of looking in the background about upspeak. Doesn't really say it. I asked Google if it was a speech impediment, and somebody said, of course not. But I just think it's an interesting style. I mean, I can see you doing it on some of your sentences to make a point, but not every one. And it could be nothing. But if you just listen to it again just a minute ago on some of his single questions where he just has to answer yes, it's not an up yes, it's a emphatic yes. Like I'm saying it now. Down, you know what I mean? And then on the very next thing he raises his voice like he's unsure. I think it almost gives you the opinion. I don't know. Maybe I'm putting too much into it. I just I knew this was going to come up if I heard it again, out of me anyway. How you doing, alien? We're waiting to see if the court is going to come back. They were supposed to come back to do the jury charge conference because both sides have rested and we have closings in the morning. But they were supposed to do a charge conference. They didn't say what time they'd be back. So I have no idea if they've just decided not to go back on, but the camera is still on. And I'm looking at will resume shortly. So I'm not leaving until it goes away. And so until then, we're sitting here re-listening to Garth Daybell redo his testimony. So let me put that back on. So I'm gonna put it back on so I don't keep going on about voice inflection.
Talk to them specifically.
Okay.
Myself, I had asked for an attorney who was going in between us.
And who is that attorney?
His name was Forrest Fisher.
And at this point, you are willing to waive your attorney-client privilege and allow Mr. Fisher to discuss the case?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding of going in front of the grand jury is that you were going to be indicted unless you changed your story?
Yes.
And you know what prosecutorial agency was attempting to do this to you?
I believe it was Fremont and Madison counties.
Okay. And at that point, did you testify in front of that second grand jury?
I did.
Okay. Now, before you testified in that second grand jury, you had previously testified in a grand jury that was related to your father. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you told what you believed was your version of the facts of this case, correct?
Correct.
And at the second grand jury, they brought you in and the focus of the second grand jury, did you understand that to be you being charged with a grand jury offense?
I understand that it was that way. I felt very, I was feeling extremely pressured.
Pressured by who?
The prosecutors.
And at some point you testified in front of the grand jury, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you tell relatively the same story to both grand juries?
I told the identical story.
At any time, were you ever indicted by the second grand jury brought by the prosecuting attorneys against you?
I was not.
Okay. But you felt that at that point, the purpose of the second grand jury was to try to threaten or persuade you to change your story. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, your faith is you're of the LDS faith. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how would you characterize? Let me put it this way: would you agree that your faith is maybe different than your father's?
I believe I interpret it differently.
Okay. How would you describe your father's faith?
I would say it's more traditional, meaning closer to the way it was 100 years ago.
Okay. And you've had discussions with your father over the years regarding his faith. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did he ever talk to you about a plan or a plan that he had in place?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm not asking him if he said, I asked whether there was ever that discussion. It's not hearsay, I don't believe, Judge.
It's sustained.
Okay. Were you aware that your father had beliefs about the 144,000?
I do.
Okay. Was there any discussion? Well, let me move on for a minute, Judge. That's all right.
It's interesting that he said he interprets it differently.
When you talk about the differences between your religious faith and your father's religious faith, can you identify some of the differences that you believe? You believe you're of the mainstream LDS faith. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you testified previously that your father's more traditional or fundamental or more traditional, I guess.
Yes.
And what would be the differences that you identified as differences in interpretation?
Well, I teach and believe in evolution.
Okay.
I teach that to my students.
Okay.
I teach that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
And like I did say during this trial, this part right here is something that some LDS do believe in. They do believe in evolution. Others are adamantly against it. So I think that it's not a bad thing, but I wouldn't say it's the same as believing or not believing in zombies. I think there's an issue with that.
As opposed to 6,000.
Okay. And do you share your father's views on light and dark?
Partially.
Okay, and explain that to me a little bit.
Light and dark to me mean like good and evil, good and bad, opposing forces.
Okay. Okay. And did your mother and father share similar views of fundamental LDS faith?
They did.
Okay. And your mother shared your father's beliefs to your knowledge of this light and dark?
Yes.
What about the idea of putting numeric numbers on people who are identified as either light or dark?
They did that every now and again.
Okay. And they did that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your understanding, and I'm going to hack this person, but I think I previously.
Again, on that subject of the light and dark, we have Zulema who said she rolled her eyes about his visions. But we have this mom taught light and dark from the kids and from Chad, I assume. But it doesn't coincide with what Zulema said about how she reacted to his visions and stuff. Now we know they said that she did assign numbers to kids at the church, whatever it was, but that's coming from them too. You know what I mean? I just struggle with this. Mom was the one who did she's the one, Emma said it, mom did it, mom's the one who said that and whatever. But it just doesn't match with Zulema and her reaction. So Skipping says, when I first heard him say that he taught evolution, I was like, but you're LDS, that doesn't seem compatible. And I did look into it. I did look it up, and there are LDS who do believe in evolution. There are those who don't. So that's kind of one of those things where you're not, I assume, I can only assume because I'm not LDS, but I thought they were kind of like other faiths like the Jehovah's Witnesses who absolutely do not believe at all in evolution. And if you even mention it, they'll, just kidding, they won't kick you out of the house, but I'm just kidding. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm assuming that it, and yeah, and I think it's up to your own discretion, because when I did look it up and it was on a LDS site that said some do and some don't. I wonder if they look at each other side-eyed, and the light and dark thing that they're talking about is not the same light and dark that he was teaching. It was completely different. The Bible talks about light and dark, but not in the sense that he was doing it. He was doing it more along the lines of the game that I keep mentioning, Dungeons and Dragons. He was assigning numbers. It was all this thing. He was doing it to Lori. He was telling Lori, it's in all the phone messages and texts and stuff to them. They're talking about it. And I wouldn't be surprised that if Tammy ever did it and ever said it, I bet she said it mockingly. And the reason I say that is because of Zulima's comment where she said she rolled her eyes at the vision that he had. I have a feeling that she struggled with his faith, his teachings, his visions, his things, and it didn't. Oh, we're back. Hold on. Back
Thank you.
live.
Please be seated.
This is live. But anyway, that's my thinking on that. So Beanie, I think it would be yes.
All right, council, thanks for returning. Apologies for the late start here. I know I mentioned 3, but took us a moment to continue to review things. I'll note the defendants present along with counsel, Mr. Pryor, states present. At this stage, the court is going to take up a formal jury instruction conference with counsel. I'll note that we did, previous to this conference, have an informal jury instruction conference where the court went through our proposed jury instructions on the record. And I'm like, at this point, we'll be putting any objections or making rulings on the record on any contested instructions. So for the state, who's going to be offering argument, if there is any, this afternoon?
Judge, I think Miss Beatty will be handling that. We were just trying to get the instruction pulled back up. I think there's only going to be recommendations of changes to 1 at this point, but.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
We had discussed making changes to potentially, the state had mentioned during an in-chambers conference, making some changes to the conspiracy instructions. We reviewed the case law, and while we believe that our position is correct after review of the case law, that for those overt acts, the jury doesn't need to reach a unanimous decision. I think the case law is clear on that. We're not asking the court to modify the ICG at this time. We think that the ICG takes that into account. The one ICG that we are asking, one jury instruction we are asking the court to make a minor change to is instruction number 14.
Okay, and I'll get into the merits of the argument here in a moment, Ms. Beatty. I appreciate the representation that you'll be handling these. And I will take them each up individually and address them. So if there was one other that we didn't discuss, that and I think we did discuss that, that was 14 that you wanted to have some comment on. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do first then, in the interest of efficiency, first I'll note that we are live streaming these proceedings at this time, and we are on the record. So I'll note that the list that I have out of our proposed instructions, which total 41 instructions, I'm going to walk through the numbers that I believe are not at issue that may be provided as given, and then I'll ask counsel to confirm. So the list the court has that I believe would not require any objection or further debate would be jury instructions number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41. That's the list I have. I'm going to ask council to respond here in a moment, but there are a few on there then that I saw we would be taking up and maybe to add in the rest of the list. Instruction number 5 is reasonable doubt, and I believe we need to discuss that regardless. So that one will be talked about. Instruction number 14 I had on the list as an instruction to talk about and hear argument on. Is that correct from the state?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Number 17, I do want to just review in that it talks about certain exhibits that may be for a limited purpose and confirm what we've included in there is accurate before we print all these copies. So we can come back to 17. And then we've got the conspiracy counts in instructions 29, 31, and 34. And I'll note the court has given proposed instructions. What you said, Ms. Beatty, is the state accepting them as the court's drafted them at this point? Is that where the state stands?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. On those instructions on conspiracy then, Mr. Pryor, 29, 31, and 34, I don't believe the defense had an objection in the informal conference. I think the state had a concern. Is the defense going to approve instructions 29, 31, and 34 the way the state's or the court has proposed them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll take those off the list. 29, 31, and 34 will all be provided to the jurors as the court gave in its proposed instructions. So that leaves maybe just inefficiency here again. We could move on to 17, which is the list of exhibits that are said to be demonstrative or illustrative. We have a numbered list there, and then I'll note we also went through exhibits on the record earlier today. Has the state been able to review those exhibits that are listed in instruction 17?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state agree that what's listed there is accurate of those exhibits that would be demonstrative or illustrative?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review that list also after our exhibit conference?
Yes, Judge. And then the only one would be the defense exhibit that was demonstrative would need to be added.
And which number was that?
I believe that was 137, if I recall, Judge. I'll go back.
139? 8? We may have a note that's 138. Let's confirm.
I believe it's 138, Judge.
138, which is geofence evidence.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so defense exhibit 138 would be included in the list. Does the state have any objection to adding that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, then where our instruction says defense's exhibits and it didn't list any, we will include 138 and modify that instruction accordingly. All right. Let's talk about proposed jury instruction number 5. And I've got some comments of my own as we get started. So jury instruction number 5 is a standard instruction included in all criminal cases, which is an instruction about what is reasonable doubt. So it's a very seminal instruction. In this case, the court has given the instruction already on multiple occasions to the jurors, and it's also been referenced on occasion, both in voir dire and in some argument. The court received a notice through an order of the Idaho Supreme Court that as of May 22nd, so 6 days ago, the Supreme Court has now issued a new approved 103 reasonable doubt instruction, which is different than the instruction that's been provided. So I am going to hear some argument on whether or not we continue with the instruction already given or use the new approved instruction. And then again, I'm probably gonna have some additional comments about where we go with that. But so I'll note, we use the instruction that's been given for decades in Idaho and with probably nearly all criminal cases, but it's changed now. So changed as of 6 days ago. Very challenging timing for the court to have this happen mid-trial, but this is where we are, and we're going to discuss the issue because the order of the Supreme Court requires this to be considered effective as of last Thursday. So what is the state's position as it relates to instruction number 5, which mirrors the instruction already given to the jury and which I'll refer to as the old Idaho 103 reasonable doubt instruction?
Your Honor, the state believes that the jury should still be given the old reasonable doubt instruction. I am aware of the court's order on May 22nd. I would note that at the end of that order, the court actually orders that the order be published for 3 consecutive weeks on the Idaho State Bar website and in its weekly e-bulletin. I think that 3-week notice period within the order itself shows that the court is contemplating that it might not be used immediately. And I think additionally, we're in a position where we're choosing between giving the jury 2 different instructions on reasonable doubt and basically changing it midstream versus just sticking with the one instruction that has been repeatedly upheld as a correct statement of the law on appeal. I think it would be the lesser evil to essentially, I mean, we're caught between a rock and a hard place here, but I think it would be the lesser evil to just give them the same consistent jury instruction that has been upheld as a correct statement of law. And I think that would create potentially less issues than trying to instruct them on an entirely new instruction after they've already listened to all of this evidence with the old instruction at the forefront of their minds. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor, where does the defense stand as it relates to the Supreme Court order that there's a new reasonable doubt jury instruction in Idaho?
And Judge, in response to Ms. Beatty's comment about the 3 weeks, that's a publishing requirement that they're just trying to comply with. I would hardly guess that they would consider changing the language after the work that they've put through. The issue I have, Judge, is that when you read what the instruction is from the Supreme Court, and this is supposed to be applied now, it's very similar to the instruction that was going to be given by the court before this came out. In fact, it says first, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. That's not a surprise or a change to the jury. The state has the burden throughout the trial. Again, that's not a change to anything that's been stated to the jury. The defendant is never required to prove his or her innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to prove any evidence at all. Again, that's being provided to the jury, and they're aware of that. Then secondly, the state must prove the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, that's not a surprise or a change. The change comes in, Judge, is when you go down under the column dated second, where it says proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced the defendant is guilty. It is not required the state prove the defendant's guilt beyond all possible doubt. Now, that's really the only change. And as I noted earlier in our conference, Judge, it really defines what reasonable doubt is and defines what the respective responsibilities of the party that each of the parties have. And through the 25 to 30 years I've been doing this, Judge, that's always been a difficult point. How do you define to a jury what reasonable doubt is? Now, again, the rest of the paragraph basically touches on very carefully about what is already going to be instructed to the jury. So all I'm asking to do is to include that explanatory language that says basically, listen, the state of Idaho has to prove firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty. And then at that point, it's not all possible doubt. That's a 2-sentence explanation that's added to what the jurors have already been instructed to. So to suggest that it's going to throw them off or make things more difficult, that's just not true. What it's going to do is provide them basically a definition, which I think in the wisdom of our Supreme Court, they realize that what we need and what we badly need is a specific definition of what reasonable doubt is. And in the past, yes, I spoke from many, many years ago when it was considered an abiding conviction to a moral certainty, and then it went to what it is now. And then this new change basically further clarifies what the definition is. And I would encourage the court to adopt this. I think that I disagree with Ms. Beatty wholeheartedly. I think that the Supreme Court put the time in to implement this new explanation, and I think we ought to adopt that. And I think they took the careful care to use what the old definition, the positives of the old definition, and maybe enhance it just a little bit. And then this enhancement really, quite frankly, just provides a more distinct and direct explanation of what reasonable doubt's all about. And I think it's important, given the magnitude of this case and the consequences of this case, that we use the Supreme Court's updated version of what reasonable doubt should be defined as.
All right, thanks for the argument, Mr. Pryor. The court's been mulling this over since the order came out last Thursday, and I'll note also I took the extra precaution of immediately advising counsel through an email to both sides that we had new instructions now that may or may not be required to be implemented in this case. The court notes that a few things here procedurally. We started with voir dire back in late March in this case. And during voir dire, when the jurors filled out their questionnaires, I think was one of the first references to this reasonable doubt instruction. The jurors heard instruction then. They also heard for sure there was reference to the instruction on April 20th in this case when they actually got the instruction, what I'll call the old 103 instruction. And I'll note the old 103 instruction, as I mentioned, has been in effect in Idaho for decades. There's a case, State versus Sheehan, 139 Idaho 2003, that discusses the old 103. And it says trial court judges are encouraged to use ICG 103 verbatim to avoid unnecessary appeals and controversy by utilizing the instruction that has an accepted history defining the burden the state bears. So even 21 years ago, Supreme Court said there was a accepted history of that instruction adequately defining the burden. There's also a case, Victor versus Nebraska, which was included in the old ICG comment section, which has been removed in the new instruction. And that is a reference that says in Victor v. Nebraska 511 US 1, 1994, the court held that any reasonable doubt instruction must, 1, convey to the jury that it must consider only the evidence, and 2, properly state the government's burden of proof. And then there's some additional citations. So I've gone back over that procedural history, and typically this court always tries to just use approved criminal jury instructions or civil instructions, depending on the case being tried. And a few other things. Then the order does state that the new instructions are effective immediately. It also says that it is recommended that whenever it says it is recommended that whenever the Idaho criminal jury instructions or the Idaho death penalty criminal jury instructions contain an instruction applicable to a case and the trial judge determines that the jury should be instructed on that subject, the judge should use the instruction contained in the most current Idaho criminal jury instructions and the Idaho death penalty criminal jury instructions, unless the judge finds that a different instruction would more adequately, accurately, or clearly state the law. So there's some exception there. And without going into an analysis of which instruction is better, the practical implication here is this is an instruction that's already been given to this jury on multiple occasions. And I have really considered the argument of the defense that maybe this doesn't change things, it adds some further clarification. Whether it does or not, it's very problematic to me to consider that the jury already got an instruction and then comes back just on the verge of deliberation and here's a different instruction. And the problem there is potentially wondering if that could serve to confuse them, if they took notes or adequate or could recall the first instruction, wondering why it's now different at this stage of the proceedings when we're still at the guilt phase. I'll also note that when there's case law out there that discrepancies in instructions becomes problematic. It might be difficult to know which instruction jurors relied on in making a decision. And this, of course, is perhaps the most important instruction as it defines the state's burden. So really, for just the practical purpose of keeping this jury not confused and not submitting to them a new and different instruction than they've already heard on multiple occasions, because this trial's already been going before this new instruction was implemented, I am going to give what I'll refer to as the old jury instruction 103. And I should say, give it again to the jurors. They've already heard it multiple times. And the one that we've included in our proposed instructions mirrors that they've already been read. I am going to provide that, finding that under the Victor versus Nebraska standard, it still adequately conveys to the jury that it must consider only the evidence and properly states the government's burden of proof. And also, while the new instruction may be better, finding that the Sheehan language that this instruction we've got has an accepted history of defining the burden in the state doesn't mean it's now an improper instruction. Maybe it's just not as good as the new instruction, but it, I think, has a real risk of potentially confusing jurors and confusing the record potentially on appeal about which standard they then employed, getting two separate instructions during trial. So with all that said, the court is going to provide instruction number 5 and overrule the objection of the defense on that particular instruction. All right, the next instruction we're going to take up then is number 14. And Ms. Beatty, you had some comments on 14.
Yes, Your Honor. In number 3, actually, I take that back. So underneath, certain things you have heard or seen are not evidence, including, I'm just looking at number 2, testimony that has been excluded or stricken, or which you have been instructed not to disregard, or which you have been instructed to disregard. We are just looking to add the words and or questions. So testimony and or questions that have been excluded or stricken.
All right, response, Mr. Pryor.
I don't think there's a need to put in the words question, Judge. It's testimony. It's in general. Testimony is broad enough that I think it's unnecessary.
All right, I've considered that request from the state to modify instruction number 14, subpart 3 of the instruction, subsection 2 currently reads, certain things you have heard or seen are not evidence, including testimony that has been excluded or stricken. State requests that questions be added to that language, given the nature of, well, not the nature, but just the extent and number of times the court sustained certain objections throughout the trial in the form of questions and was requested to strike the question, not necessarily the testimony. The court does find that this would be a proper instruction to clarify to the jurors that they do not consider what may have been perceived to be testimony because it was coming out and while a witness was on the stand, but was in fact a sustained objection on the record to a question itself, and the court did expressly strike or grant motions to strike questions that came up in witness testimony. So I am going to add that modification, and it will read under part 2 testimony or questions that have been excluded or stricken. And we'll put that as part of 14. Council, I think that covers then the jury instructions we had. So to recap, I've made those rulings. With those rulings now made, does the state have any further objections, or does the state approve the instructions with the court's new ruling?
Your Honor, the state approves them.
All right. And Mr. Pryor, I know I overruled a couple of your objections, so I'll ask that a different way, but the list I wrote or went through in the beginning, is that still accurate in your mind?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And despite a couple of rulings against your requests there, is there anything else you think needs to be addressed in the jury instructions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, thanks all for helping us get these prepared. Scheduling then, we're going to get these done and distributed to the parties by tomorrow morning. You'll have them. We'll have the copies prepared for the jurors. We're going to start with the court reading the instructions at 10 o'clock a.m. and then closings will take place. Does that schedule work for the state?
It does, Your Honor.
Does that work for the defense?
And Judge, I missed the part. We're going to have copies when?
Well, we'll get the final copies of the instructions. I don't know that we'll get those to you this afternoon. We'll have those to you ready though in the morning, well before 10 o'clock.
Okay.
I would say they would be ready tomorrow morning, probably by 8:30.
Okay, that would be perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we'll get those. Thanks, counsel, for all the hard work today. Anything
you,
else
Honor.
before we go off the record?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Not on the record, Your Honor, but the state was wondering if we could meet with the court and counsel just very briefly on some scheduling issues.
All right, we'll take up a sidebar then before the court recesses. So we're done with the hearing then, off the record, and I'll talk to counsel then off the record. Thank you.
Okay. We are done. So let me get and see when, if he puts it in, if Nate puts it in, we'll need to, because he said openings at 10. So that means I can sleep in. Trying to find it. So I don't think Nate's updated that yet. So I think that if anything happens, we won't see anything live until they're ready to start with closings, and they'll read the jury instructions then. And that will be it. Then we will have a trial. That is ready for jury selection. I mean, jury deliberations and all the stuff that follows that. So I will see you guys bright and early in the morning. Have a great evening. Thank you for sticking it out with me and waiting until this last little bit of today. And I will see you in the morning, 10 o'clock Mountain Time-ish. Yeah, because I don't know. I mean, well, I'll put it out earlier. I might start it earlier, 15 minutes earlier, maybe. We'll see. But I'll see you in the morning at some time. Just look for it. I'll put it out all over social media. I keep forgetting to update my link tree with the thing. Needs to put it in there every day, girl. Okay, yes, I will do that. I'm so sorry, but I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Oops. I messed up my ending. I can't stop now. I was trying to put something else up. Sorry, I forgot I forgot I made another video. I made this cute little thing. Let me see if this thing works. See how fancy it is? Look. Look at that. It does that. And I made this one. And I made this one. Let me try that again. Bye.